Hello, everybody. Are you pumped? Did you see the fighter jet in the intro? That's, by the way, the current NASA administrator. We're living in good times. Um, it's been 220 days since Flight 11. It feels like I was a little child when the last Starship launched. It's been forever. Uh, but the wait was worth it. We are so. I hope it's going to launch today. We're going to talk about that in a minute because the weather gods might be a problem today, but we'll see. But no matter what happens, we are so close to a first version 3 Starship launch, which is absolutely nuts. We'll go into as many details as we can before SpaceX takes over in a moment. But we have a lot to talk about. So, but first of all, here's the ritual. I've been watching the chat for some time now while we were in the background preparing the live stream. Where are you all from? Thank you so much for joining. Just type into the chat where you're from. It's always an eye opener for everybody who's in the chat right now. Read all the names that are popping up because this is what the spaceflight community is. We're from everywhere, literally. This is like you'll see everything popping up in there, and that's the amazing thing about being a spaceflight fan. It's a global phenomenon, and I'm very, very happy to be part of that community. Look at that. Look at this. This is literally everywhere. And I'm so proud of it. I'm so happy that everybody has joined. And man, the last few weeks were absolutely crazy. Like if you're like I have kind of a special job being able to follow SpaceX the Starship so closely together with the rest of the team, of course. And the last few weeks were insane. All the preparations that SpaceX went through to make this day happen, it is absolutely nuts what they're doing out there. And I mean, look at this. It's people from everywhere. South Africa, England, Sweden, Canada, California. I've just pointing out a few names, I've covered thousands upon thousands of miles on our planet, and that's the crazy part. Thank you so much for joining us today. For anybody who doesn't, I'm pretty sure like 99.9% of people here know what we're here for today, but for anybody who's just stumbled upon this, we're getting ready to see SpaceX launch Starship Flight 12, which is a huge difference to anything we've seen before. Let's switch over to the live camera in Boca Chica to take a look at what is at the pad right now. Look at this. All right. So this camera is right next to the pad, basically. If you would walk over to pad 2, which you see there in the foreground, from this camera position, it would probably take you 2 minutes or so, normal walking speed to get to the pad. It's right next to it. It is incredibly hard to bring across how large this rocket actually is. It's huge. I've been there many times for launches before. I've seen Starships on the pad. This doesn't come across in the video. That's the one thing we cannot do. That's why I'm emphasizing this always so much. It is as large as a skyscraper. If you would stand in front of that rocket and you would look up, it would be about as standing in front of the Empire State Building. That's what it feels like. It is incredibly large, and that's the one thing we cannot bring across no matter what we do in our videos. We've tried so many times to kind of bring across how large these things are. I'm going to show you an animation in a moment here that Elliot Wooper 3D, our resident 3D animator, made for the last episode that we brought out. It's a size comparison of the grid fins that you see there on the booster. It's just 3 this time, by the way. That's one of the reasons why I said that this thing is completely different. You have not seen this kind of Starship. Even if you've seen the 11 launches before this one, this you haven't seen yet. Everything is different, even though it has the same shape. But everything on the inside and largely even how it works is different from the last launch. It's 220 days since the last flight, and SpaceX hasn't slept. This is by the engineers. This has been called a clean slate design. So they have changed so many things about this. It's nuts. Let me bring in my 2 co-hosts here if they want to join me right now. I can already see them there in the background. We're going to do this together again today, and I really, really hope that this stream is not going to be taken down by YouTube as we had it on the last one. There they go. This is Chris and Jonathan, both from the team, both working on every episode. So every time you see a video that is being published on our channel, they have worked on it as well. So give a small introduction to everybody, please.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm super psyched to be here for Flight 12. It's almost incredible. We've been waiting so long, and now it almost feels surreal to see it standing there, to see it now completely finished, because we've literally seen it since its nuts and bolts phase. And so, yeah, I just hope that we can see a launch today and we can see that monster drive rise to the sky once again.
Hey everyone, I'm Jonathan. I'm kind of the IT guy behind this whole stream. So in case something breaks down, that's on me. And yeah, I'm the one pressing all the buttons here in the back end, hoping for everything goes well as well. And yeah, fingers crossed for Starship today.
I'm sure everybody's rooting for you, Jonathan. It is a lot of stuff is involved in making these live streams happen and making all the cameras work together, the net code, the back and forth of data packages until you can actually see this on your screen. There's a lot of stuff in between, and that all comes from Jonathan. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, all right. So I would say the first thing we really have to bring across is how different this Starship is compared to even Flight 11. So I'll just pick them apart as good as I can, going from top to bottom here. So we're starting with the upper stage. That's the Starship on top. The part of the rocket that has this black heat shield is the upper stage. The internal design is different. The tanks are larger because SpaceX changed the domes that separate the tanks. The engine is different on both, actually, the booster and the upper stage. That we are flying Raptor 3. Look at those tanker trucks. There's an animation even from Elliot. The reason why I just paused is because I'm curious why they are still driving back and forth. That is something new we haven't seen on other launches yet, but we'll see how it goes. So you'll see quite a few of those tanker trucks coming in. So you have the upper stage. The heat shield is the most complete heat shield we've ever seen on a Starship before. It's missing a single tile, and that is actually, I think that single tile missing is on one of the catch pins. There was a tile missing there. I'm not 100% sure if that's the one tile that's missing, but I think I was able to spot it. I just didn't bring out an episode, otherwise I would have mentioned it. So the heat shield is the most complex, most finished heat shield we've ever seen launch. The PEZ dispenser is completely different. The door mechanism is completely different. The deployment speed of the Starlink dummy satellites that we're going to hopefully see being deployed today is double. So that's a massive improvement. The whole mechanism opening up the door is completely reworked. The aft flaps now only have one actuator with 3 backup motors. There is an RCS system below the flaps, which will make later Starships, or actually this one even, we're talking about that in a minute as well, turn in space better. We have drogues for, you can see those right there in the animation as well, those 4 docking, or actually drogue points that'll make docking possible in space with 2 Starships for orbital refueling. As you can see, every sentence has radical new stuff in it, and it continues throughout the entire rocket. I think I've covered the most parts on the upper stage. Chris, do you want to cover the booster real quick?
Yeah, we can go over the booster. First of all, you already said that we went down from 4 grid fins to 2 grid fins. Those are, sorry, to 3 griffins. Those are the big aerodynamic interfaces that can actually steer the thing while it's in its coast phase. And they have become much bigger now. And the one reason why we're missing one is because it was aerodynamically not so ideal. So they figured out it's better to just leave this one side off. And we also see this aerodynamic improvement on the chines. Those are the structures on the outside. The ones that you can see when you really look at it on the left side, they're a bit shorter than on the right side. Their attitude has been changed. They have been resized, and all of this is there so it can glide better. We have a rocket that is also doubling as a glider, and they improved a lot on that. Also, the capacity has become bigger here as well. And then when you look all the way down, you will find that it now has 2 interfaces for propellant loading. That means that now the methane and the LOX are loaded through different ports, which means that they can massively increase the speed of filling this entire thing. It's the biggest rocket, it has the biggest capacity, and it fills in way under an hour. It's almost incredible.
Yeah, to give a comparison there, there's one other really, really large rocket that's recently launched, is NASA's SLS. It takes them 5 hours or between 5 and 6 hours to fill SLS, and then it is in replenish mode, meaning they're just replenishing boil of propellants until launch for another 4 hours. SpaceX has to fuel more than double the propellant into the rocket itself, and it takes them 39 minutes.
Yeah,
From the beginning of the fueling operations until they are done fueling, it's 39 minutes. It's nuts. It's incredible how fast they do this.
The one thing that you didn't mention on the ship, which is also true for the booster, is we got new Raptors. We got the version 3 Raptors on there waiting for the duty, and these are really different beasts as well. When you see them side by side, you notice it right away. It almost looks unfinished because it literally has like no pipes that are attached to it. It's all integrated, it's all growing out of it, looks almost organic. And these have a lot of advancements. That's also the reason why when you look at the bottom end of the booster now, you really see the engines completely, like almost all of the shielding is gone. It really is a new spaceship in any way. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, and it goes on and on and on and on like this. The Raptor 3 engine has more thrust and less weight, actually far less weight on the rocket side. So all the systems that have to support each rocket motor, have been reduced in weight as well, which is a huge weight saving for the rocket. They went from 35 to probably roughly 50 tons of possible payload capacity on version 2 Starships to around 100 tons on version 3 Starships. That's another really big giveaway for how many changes we actually have on this rocket. So I've been saying this for some time in my videos as well. It's kind of like IFT-1 all over again, because it is not even the rocket just that's new. It's the pad as well. And the tower, it's not just the OLM that you see under the rocket right now, it's the tower as well. Even though the tower is very similar to what it was before, all the interfaces have changed. The chopsticks are shorter. The SQD arm that you see in the middle there, that is there to fuel the ship, has completely changed. The entire interface is different. The mechanics behind it are different. Everything about this rocket launch is different than it was before, or almost everything, like 90% or so. It's really crazy, and I'm so looking forward to this. For anybody who's new to our live streams, if you want me to answer your questions, tag, who are we tagging today? Are we just tagging me? What about it? At what? Oh, hashtag question. All right, this came from the off. So write hashtag question, and then what you want to ask me. I'll answer as many questions as I can throughout the live stream, and we'll try our best until SpaceX comes on. If you want this, we are going to receive a lot of questions. If you want this boosted, and if at the same time you want to support us, combine it with a super chat. We're going to prioritize those questions, just because we normally get so many that we can't really answer all of them. Even if I speed talk like crazy, it's normally not possible, but I'll try to do my best to answer as many as I can, as always. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for watching with us. If you want to support us, become a channel member, like the stream if you haven't done so yet, because that'll show it to other people. It is a signal to the algorithm that makes the algorithm show the stream to more people. So if you like what we're doing here, the best thing you can do is just give us the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, become a channel member, buy yourself a crazy cool t-shirt on our merch store, yada yada. I'll be saying this a few times throughout the live stream because it makes our life much easier if you support us as well. All right. The deal today is that SpaceX is like, let me give you a sitch wrap here, because the biggest problem today is the weather. I've been watching I have a live weather radar here on one of my monitors right next to me because it's a critical point today. The weather isn't the best today. SpaceX said it's 55% favorable. which is about a 50-50 chance that actually during the launch window, they'll have a moment when they can launch the rocket. We've been yelling at the clouds as much as we could, and I think it has helped a little bit because everything I've heard from our photographers, Jordan, Amy, Richard, and Robert, and everybody else who's out there from the Y team helping everywhere, shout out to Raptor Roost as well if you're watching, they have been telling us that the weather got better. So we all got to cross our fingers so that these clouds are going to either not create any rain showers or lightning strikes or anything, because SpaceX can launch through the clouds. That is not going to be a nice thing for people on site because they want to have a clear sky, because a launch through clouds is a 10-second pleasure, and then the rocket is inside the clouds and you can't see it anymore. But that shouldn't. SpaceX should be able to launch through the clouds, but what we cannot have under any circumstances is wind gusts, which is probably not going to be a problem today, precipitation and lightning strikes. That's the two biggest problems, and we have a little bit of that in the area right now. Usually during the day, the weather gets better because we're at the coast, and the clouds should clear up a little bit more, and then we should be able to launch the Starship today. So it's, like I said, it's a 50-50 chance. It's not off the table, but it might be that it is not launching today because of the weather. That is our biggest problem. Everything else seems to be working out. Yesterday, SpaceX did a wet dress rehearsal. It was not an abort, I'm pretty sure about that, because right after they had finished their halfway wet dress rehearsal, they did trigger the deluge system, which shows me that this was a planned thing. They might have actually cut the wet dress rehearsal short because of the weather. And so I do think SpaceX's internal plan today is to proceed with this thing until they know if they can ignite the rocket or not. And if they can't ignite the rocket, they're going to treat it as a wet dress rehearsal, which they haven't fully completed yet. But if everything works out and if the weather holds as soon as the launch window opens, we are in for a launch. And it should be absolutely incredible, because not only does the rocket have a lot of changes, the launch itself has a few changes for us as well. We're finally going to see, hopefully going to see Starlink satellites with cameras on board that are even supposed to inspect the heat shield. I'm like, this is for me, and I'm sure for many people watching the stream right now, this is a revelation. It is. I'm so looking forward to this. Imagine a Starlink satellite being dispensed from the PEZ dispenser payload door and then slowly drifting out, and you'll see it from the Starlink satellite's perspective. You'll see the Starship drift away, and that is the crazy part. It is supposed to inspect the heat shield. The heat shield is on the other side of the PEZ door, so that if everything works out, you should be able to see a Starship drift away. Then you should be able to see the Starship use its RCS thrusters to spin around and show us its heat shield. It's going to be in the night, so the visuals are going to be pretty dark probably in the live view, but it should look like 2001 all over. I am so looking forward to this. And this continues. There are so many new things about this launch. The entire timeline is full of new things. Of course we're going to have all right, let me start. I'm so excited about this. Let me start in the beginning. So after ignition, it takes the rocket less than a minute to reach max Q. I think it's less than a minute even, isn't it? 50 seconds, 55 seconds, something like that, until it reaches max Q, which is absolutely nuts. The weight to thrust ratio of Starship version 3 has gotten so good because of Raptor 3. Because each of those 33 engines that are on the booster produce more thrust than they did on the last launch, meaning it results in the Starship itself having an even better weight to thrust ratio, and that catapults the rocket. So when they ignite the engines, you should see this Starship leave the pad as quick as we've never seen it before. So it's going to zoom up into the sky. After under a minute, it's going to reach max Q, which is the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure, meaning the atmosphere is the thickest while the speed is the highest. It's a point at which two curves basically converge. And at the point of the highest dynamic pressure, that is max Q, and that's reached under a minute into the flight, which is absolutely nuts for such a large rocket. It's going to blast off, literally. Fly into the sky. After 2 minutes and something, we're going to have most engine cutoff. We're going to see a separation. I hope we're going to see some tracking footage that shows us the asymmetric pattern of the engines, which flip the booster and make the separation possible in the first place. The whole system is a very, very delicate system with the hot staging ring now integrated. There is no hot staging ring anymore. So it's just a truss section integrated into the booster. I'm so excited about this launch. You probably hear it in my voice. It is just nuts. It's all the tests that we've seen so far leading up to this launch have given SpaceX the experience in building and flying such a large rocket, and everything, all of it led to version 3. And version 3 is incredibly important for SpaceX as well. I mean, they always have another test launch and another test launch and another test launch, but at some point they will have to bring results. And NASA is pushing them to bring results because they need HLS, which is the lunar variant of Starship, which is supposed to at some point land astronauts on the moon for NASA. And all of that depends on version 3 because SpaceX needs to start testing in-orbit refueling, which is this big thing that is hovering above not just SpaceX, but also Blue Origin, because Blue Origin's later versions of moon landers will need it as well for the Artemis program. It is a new thing. It's never been done in space before. No one has ever refueled a spacecraft in space and then used it for something else after that. All this technology is new, and SpaceX cannot test it if version 3 doesn't perform. So the longer it takes SpaceX to make version 3 do what it's actually supposed to do during a launch, the longer these timelines drag out, even though other departments at SpaceX are likely producing the results, but you cannot test it in space if you don't have a working V3 Starship. So this launch is incredibly important for SpaceX. I have my fingers crossed, and I'm sure everybody else here has their fingers crossed as well. If this works out, here comes the next thing. If this launch actually works out, the next launch is going to see a ship catch. SpaceX had said that they wanted to see two good catches with a new 2 good flights with a new Starship design. So version 2 was a design, version 3 now is a design. So they wanted to have 2 good flights with a design until they would do a ship catch. And that shows you that SpaceX is in a hurry here at this point because of NASA and because of Artemis and because of their own efforts as well. They want to deploy 1 million AI satellites in space, and all this depends on Starship. And because of that pressure getting stronger, SpaceX has already accelerated the timeline. Meaning if this flight works well, and if this Starship checks out all the boxes and the booster does a soft splashdown in the Gulf, and the ship does a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean, and everything works out, we might see a ship catch at Starbase on Flight 13, which is going to be even crazier. I mean, if you've seen the booster catches that SpaceX has done, catching a booster, even if it's that large, is easy. This sounds wrong, I know. It comes back down from space and it's huge and it weighs 200 tons empty. How could it be easy to catch that with a giant robot in the dunes of Boca Chica of South Texas? The thing is, SpaceX has a lot of practice with this kind of stuff from Falcon 9. Falcon 9 does largely the same a super heavy booster does. The difficult part is to find your way back down, not the actual landing process. That's just flipping out the legs and stopping at the right moment. And it's the same for the super heavy booster. It doesn't have legs. It gets caught by a tower, but that's not, even if it looks the most impressive, that's not the impressive part. The impressive part is to actually guide the thing back down after separation, so that it arrives where it is supposed to land at the right speed. That is the important part, and SpaceX knows how to do it. They've caught the boosters, the Starship boosters, they've landed countless Falcon 9 boosters. The problem is the upper stage, because it is way faster. Uh, almost three times the speed, of the first stage, and the upper stage needs to get rid of it. So you need to have a working heat shield. You need to have all the systems endure that re-entry and then operate. It needs to flip. The booster doesn't need to flip from skydiving to a horizontal to a vertical position again, so that it can actually be caught. The Starship's landing process is more complicated, and they have less practice because there is no Falcon 9 upper stage that is being caught or lands. That's the new part, and that's the most difficult part. And that is, if this works out on this flight, we're going to see that all of it unravel on the next flight. It's like if this flight works out, there are so many milestones that become possible through this in the coming months. You are going to be in for a ride we haven't seen at Starbase yet. Even though we've like, anybody who's interested in Starship can always say, I've seen it all, right? Every launch is another crazy one, and every launch gives you another crazy view that you wouldn't even have thought possible, like live views while something is re-entering, made possible through Starlink antennas, and all this kind of stuff. Like we've been mind blown by SpaceX so many times, and it will keep on going. This isn't the end. On this flight, we're going to hopefully see that heat shield inspection through the Starlink satellites. On the next flight, if this one works out, we're going to see a ship catch. On the flights after that, we're going to see in-space docking of starships. Next year, we're going to see them dock to an Orion capsule if everything works out. And then the year after that, they're supposed to land on the moon. And even if that drags out a little bit, you can see all these boxes that are still to be ticked off in that Starship development process. It is absolutely crazy. I started this 7 years ago when SpaceX started welding together a few stainless steel rings in some tents in Boca Chica. It was surreal. I visited the place in 2020. I saw Maria Pointer in the Stumpy Cam, Lab Padre Stumpy Cam. Anybody who's been watching this for a long time will remember those days. That was in the very, very early days of Starship. The first fan base had formed around it, and everybody was looking at it being like, what are they doing out there? And from there, it has led us to this. To Starship version 3, sitting on the pad at Starbase, Texas. It has been renamed, reworked, no building stands anymore from back in 2020. Everything I saw when I first visited Starbase is gone at this point. It doesn't even stand anymore. Nothing is there anymore. They've completely reinvented their own invention over and over and over for 7 years now. And now we're standing here watching Starship Flight 12 hopefully lift off in 2 hours and 57 minutes, and I'm still absolutely stoked by this. I on another monitor, I can see my colleagues here from the team watching me ramble about Starship, and they're smiling over their face the same as I am. You cannot imagine what kind of emotion is running through the Y team during these days of launches. It's absolutely incredible. It's a passion project, and it's never changed. And thank you so much for enabling us to do this. Because you guys watching, you guys liking and subscribing and becoming patrons and buying a t-shirt is what enables us to do this. And we couldn't be more thankful for that. Thank you so much. This is the greatest gift anybody has ever given me in my life, to be able to ramble about this with so many like-minded people. We have 7,400 people watching at this point, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, everybody. It is a pleasure. All right. I think I've done my first ramble here. Again, if you have questions for us that you've been scratching your head about and that you can't explain even watching a What About It episode, write #question. The moderators are going to pick them up. They are curated, so don't write anything stupid. I've already had some questions, some people that tricked me before. I'm going to be vigilant. So only nice things, please. And we'll try to answer as many as we can. I'm going to be talking for the next 2 hours straight, probably, and I'll answer as many as I can. Cris, Jonathan, you want to jump back in? I think I've said a lot of things, and you can probably fill a few gaps that I've left. The clouds are still there. Tank farms becoming active in the background, as you can see. There are a few signals there that we can watch out for. There's a Pope stack vent and there's a tower vent, and we'll keep our eyes peeled on those right now. Cris, help me out here. What do you say?
Yeah. I just read a really interesting working theory on the fact that we still see tanker trucks go in there, even though we are like 3 hours away from a launch.
Yeah.
And that would be that SpaceX is preparing to also have everything ready for tomorrow if they can't launch today. Since they had the wet dress rehearsal yesterday, they're doing replenishment. And so they're filling everything up because the tank farm still only has enough capacity for methane for about 1.5 stacks. So
Yeah.
this could be another reason to just have everything as filled up as possible to make sure that they can get their next launch window tomorrow if the weather doesn't allow to launch today.
For the recycle. Yeah, it
Yeah,
makes sense. Like I dread this because I want it to launch so badly today. I'm really,
absolutely.
really hoping that they're going to launch today. It kind of looks like they're starting to clear the pad as well. There's a lot of traffic going away from the pad now.
Yeah.
All those Cybertrucks that you can see there. I've been at Starbase the last time I think was what, 4 months ago, 5 months ago. And there are armies of Cybertrucks at Starbase at this point. SpaceX heavily uses this basically in-house produced vehicle. And they're right at the site for this. The Cybertruck is very useful at Starbase. And so you'll see a lot of them driving around there. And seeing them drive out is exactly what we want to see. We want to see this pad have less and less vehicles, has less and less people. Then the tank farm is going to spool up. They're hopefully going to start fueling the rocket 50 minutes before the ignition time. We're going to have a go, no-go decision. Man.
Yep. It's just amazing, and it's not really that far away anymore. And it's so cool to see this thing standing on its new launch facility. Yeah, that's another thing you
Yeah.
already started talking about, that we finally got rid of the old milk stool. I mean, we now have a proper flame trench. We have an amazing diverter system down there. We have this big wedge down there. You've seen it. If you've watched Y, you've literally seen it being built bit by bit, and
Yeah.
it's so nice because it now looks like it's standing like there, like it was there forever, but it literally has just been finished.
It's crazy. And so many details, so many things that, like I said 10 minutes ago, all these things that they found out over the entire testing process since Starhopper, basically, even before that, because the design phase was already going for some time when Starhopper actually did its first tethered hop of like a few feet above the pad. That's all they did in the beginning. There has been such an intense and profound learning process. That's one thing that many people don't understand when they look at Starship and they look at other rockets, and they're like, why does SpaceX need to launch this rocket over and over and over to fail fast and then fix it? Why don't they just build a Starship and launch it and it works like the others, right? Many other launch providers just build the rocket. And it kind of works on the first launch, right? It goes to orbit, it does its stuff. Maybe it has a few little problems, but it works out, and there you go. Like Blue Origin, right? They landed the second booster. How's that possible? Well, it's because they were a second.
Yep.
It is so much, and any engineer will be able to confirm this to you. It is so much easier to do it as the second guy. Because then you have the confidence that it's possible. First of all, that's the most important mindset change that happens as soon as somebody's done it. You know it's doable. At that point, you're just researching how, not if, and that's a whole different mindset. And then you also, if you're second, you have a company that's already provided you with a lot of visual data because you can see how they did it. It's public, and Starship isn't there. Name one other rocket that is kind of similar to Starship.
There is absolutely none. And
There's nothing.
the other thing is, back in the days when we were still doing like the regular rockets, like when we had NASA and ESA and we had got Roscosmos, they all went up just by fractions. It was when they made a new rocket, it wasn't that much better than the one before it. And this, what we're
For
seeing here,
decades.
is for basically since we
Yeah.
started really using rockets, and this is so revolutionary and different. We have
And
all
so
gotten
fast.
used to it, yeah. But this is incredibly fast, as you already said. 7 years
Yeah.
ago, there was literally nothing for a space program that is yesterday.
Well, deep water towers can fly. You see it right there. You see it right there at the corner of the picture. That's that little thing next to the Gateway to Mars sign. That is how it all started. If you don't know, if you haven't been here for 7 years and you've just found out about Starship in the last few weeks or months or even year or two, Starhopper is in the distant past at this point. But that's how it started. It's right there in the frame. 7 years ago, it was that, and now you have this really advanced system that has so many new technologies on it that have never been part of any rocket before. Of course, we've used grid fins before, but have we had grid fins that are as large as a two-story building? It's everything on Starship is new. Everything on Starship is bigger, is larger, is lots of the tech is completely new, has never been done like this before. You have a full flow staged combustion engine. That little water tower there on the side of the screen, now it's gone, was the first full flow stage combustion engine ever to lift off. And this whole rocket is full of those firsts. I know we get spoiled by SpaceX a lot. You have like a launch every 2 or 3 days and you get used to it, right? It's just another Falcon 9 landing on a drone ship in the ocean. What's so special about it, right? Never forget that this is the one company that started it all, and they are absolutely dominating the entire spaceflight market at this point. I am not a spaceflight fanboy. I'm a fan, but I'm not a fanboy. I'm not a white knight who's jumping in front of SpaceX and says that everybody is stupid. But what they are doing here is without, there isn't any other company, rocket company in the world doing this. There are others that are driving innovation. Stokespace, for example, is absolutely amazing right now. I'm so looking forward to that rocket launching. Same as Rocket Lab with Neutron. Same as Relativity Space. Same as New Glenn, Blue Origin. I'm a huge Blue Origin fan. I know it's every time I talk about them, too enthusiastic. The comments are full of people saying that, but they haven't yet. Blah blah blah. They're still a really, really good company when it comes to designing rockets. They're flying New Glenn. Like, try to repeat that. You know, it's fantastic what the others are doing, but no one quite gets to what SpaceX is doing.
Yeah, and also I'm super interested in seeing that they're so confident in what they're doing, because we see them building their facilities in Florida. We've seen them actually outfitting the barge. I mean, we are like basically weeks away from the first time that we will see one of these ginormous boosters being brought down to a horizontal item, put on a barge and shipped over to Florida so that they can start working with it over there, because they can't build the rockets there yet since the Star Factory over there and the giant Gigaway is being built, but
and
they can already
Pecan
start
Island
working it.
in Louisiana. You have Pecan Island in Louisiana, where they might actually be buying a piece of land that is like 10 times larger than Starbase and everything around it combined. We have a few theories as to what they would actually be using it for. I think it would be a production site more than a launch site, but we'll have to wait and see. But if all this stuff comes to play, we haven't seen anything yet. Starbase is tiny compared to what SpaceX is actually planning, and the time frame as well. We've seen Gwynne Shotwell and Elon Musk both say that SpaceX is absolutely planning to do 10,000 Starship launches per year in 5 years. 10,000 Starship launches, not rocket launches, Starship launches, largest rocket in the world launches. That's stuff, that's scale, and that's what I meant. I love what the others are doing. And especially because SpaceX was such an innovation driver. As soon as everybody saw it's possible, all the others started developing as well, which is so nice and it's great. But no one is at the scale of what SpaceX is doing. No one. It's incredible. It's mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's incredible how they found a way to get everything interacting with each other. I mean, they're literally financing it with their own satellite constellation, which is something that also everybody said is absolutely impossible. Nobody can get
Where is the money supposed to come
tens
from?
of thousands of satellites that can't be managed. And now we are at the point that they crossed the 10,000 mark. It's working perfectly. It's driving in tons of money that gives them the chance to just keep on developing. And I don't see anything stopping them.
And the whole world is tuning into Starlink as well. It's didn't they just recently pass the 10 million subscribers number as well? And that's 10 million times what, $80 on average or something, or $60 then imagine the revenue generated by that each month.
Yeah. And that's still because we got direct to cell. That's the other thing. Once everybody's got it
And
on
they're
their
not
cell
even done
phones,
yet. Exactly. That's the SpaceX factor is they've done something absolutely incredible, but that's just 10% of what they actually plan right now. That's the crazy part about SpaceX. They're revolutionizing something, and then their plan of what they still want to do dwarfs what they just did every time. It's incredible. Yeah, here we're looking at the tri-view. You have the Z-Cam, that is our 4K camera, which is actually going to capture the launch in 4K at 120 FPS, and I'm very, very much looking forward to the footage that we're going to be able to take out of that camera afterwards. To Jordan, huge shout out again to Jordan, to Amy, to Robert, to Richard, to everybody who's out there. Huge shout out to everybody at Raptor Roost. If you're watching, guys, you're the closest, and you're going to enjoy this so much. It's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. I had a talk with Jordan recently. We did this absolutely amazing 4K footage of the static fire. And when I first saw the footage, my jaw just dropped because it was just so absolutely amazing seeing these shock waves propagate through. It was absolutely incredible. And Jordan told me that the moment when he went out there to actually pick up the SD card that the footage is stored on, he grabbed the card like this, and he went like this to his car to retrieve the footage. That is the joy that we have in the background when we're producing this kind of stuff. It's just we're like little children when every time something like this happens, and I'm very glad that I can shout out to the entire team that I can enjoy this together with you guys is a huge pleasure. Absolutely. It's absolutely amazing. It gets crazier and crazier from here, and it's just absolutely nuts. And okay, so we have 8,000 people watching now. I'm just going to give a brief recap of what we're actually doing here today. So we're anticipating SpaceX to launch Starship Flight 12. We have Ship 39 on the top, and we have Booster 19 on the bottom. Booster 19 is actually the second version 3 booster, because the first one, Booster 18, decided to rupture, and due to a COPV failure. It was a miserable thing to happen, but it didn't delay this flight much, because there was a lot of stuff still to be done on the pad, and SpaceX miraculously was able to just rebuild a new booster and bring it on and test it, and that's it, which is completely crazy, but that's SpaceX. So we're seeing Ship 39 on top and Booster 19 on the bottom, and we're seeing Pad 2, which is not at all Pad 1, which every other Starship launch has gone from so far. Everything about what you see here is new technology. The heat shield, the upper stage design largely is starting with the header tanks, continuing with the payload bay, the payload dispense mechanism, the payload bay door, the domes that separate the main tanks, the engines in the second stage. And then you continue with the booster in the middle there. You can see the new integrated hot staging ring. Before, it was a separate piece that would be ejected when the two stages would separate. You would see this little ring thing fly away. That is not really good for full reuse, which is where Starship is headed. They want to reuse the entire thing. They don't want to throw away anything. So they decided to integrate the hot staging into the booster, which is now just a truss on top of the. There you go. There's the close-up view. Maybe we can zoom in a little closer even. You can also see so this hot stage system is not a ring anymore. You can replace it. So SpaceX was smart. On the bottom of these trusses that go up in a zigzag line, there's actually a lock that you can open, and then you can take the whole thing off and replace it with another one, but it's not going to be ejected during the separation process, and it is meant to be reused, and I'm pretty sure they can reuse this quite a few times. That's going to be another really cool thing to see. How often can you actually reuse these? But we'll see. That is all still in the future. And then we can continue with the booster itself. The dome up top, you can even see it there between those trusses that separate the ship from the booster. You see a little bit light coming through, and you see this bow shape there. That is actually the forward dome. That is the uppermost dome of the main tanks. All this stuff before was hidden inside a ring and so on and so forth. And SpaceX just took all of that away, shielded that upper dome and put these trusses on top. And so now the Starship basically fires onto the booster's main tanks, but they're so well protected that it doesn't do anything. And that's how they're doing the separation process. Under it, you see the grid fins. And what you can see in the left image there very well is that on one side, there aren't any grid fins. It's only 3 grid fins at this point, where it was 4 before. Now it's 3. And that is because the booster is now going to take an even shallower return trajectory. It is going to basically, it's where before it flew like this through the atmosphere, coming back down. Now it is going to basically almost fly horizontal to get rid of even more thrust, even more speed, not thrust. And because of that, one grid fin would have been completely in the wind shadow. And with that, ineffective in steering the booster. And so SpaceX decided to just reduce it down to 3. The grid fins got larger, but way about the same, which is another really nice improvement. The actuators that drive these grid fins now, we actually have an animation of that. If you can get that on the screen right now, the grid fin actuator housing and all these animations that we have from Elliot there, those are now inside the main tanks, meaning they are very well protected. If that gets ruptured, the booster is done for anyway. So they're integrated into the main tanks, which is a completely different system from before. Before they were just sitting on top of the main tanks. So all of that has been expanded, integrated, redesigned. There you can see it. Those are the housings, the things that you see pointing into the tanks there. The blue stuff is propellant, and that's the upper part of the booster. And you can see how these housings, where the motors are in, that are actually twisting these grid fins while it is steering, they're inside the main tanks now. So it's a completely different design than what it was before. It's not just a small improvement or anything. It's radically different than what we've seen fly before. And that's kind of with almost everything on this rocket. I could go on and on and on. The only thing that's the same still is the Starship hull. It's still stainless steel, made from 3.97 millimeter stainless steel, 301 or 305X. It's slightly different than what you have for silverware, basically. What you eat your food with is almost the same as what a Starship is built off, stainless steel. It's almost the same thing. And that hasn't changed. So it's still made of rings. It's still made of the same material. It's still stacked in the same way as well. But everything, all the technology inside the rocket, the downcomer, that's another thing. The pad is changed, so you have this. The booster now doesn't have a single point at where it fuels. It has 2 points. So we have oxygen and methane separated into 2 booster quick disconnect systems that are down there at the bottom of the pad, connected to the booster. One fills methane, the other one fills oxygen. And the reason why SpaceX is able to fill it so quickly is because the connector between those 2 main tanks, or actually that is also part, I gotta slow down. Okay, so the reason why they're able to fill it that quickly is because they have these 2 booster quick disconnect systems, and those enable them to fill the upper stage, and so the first stage and the second stage, in 39 minutes, which is absolutely crazy. I said it before, SLS, for example, NASA's moon rocket that just recently launched, takes 5 to 6 hours to fuel and has less propellant in it. Starship is extremely fast in its fueling process now. And one of the reasons why SpaceX made this, that there is a downcomer tube in there, a propellant transfer tube that connects the upper main tank, which is sitting on top of the booster. The top part of the booster is the upper main tank, and the lower part is the lower main tank. Above you have methane, below you have oxygen. And through that oxygen tank that is sitting below the methane tank, there is a tube connecting the methane tank to the engines. That is where the propellant flows from that upper tank into the engines so that they can run. And SpaceX decided to make that tube a little bigger. It is now about the size of a Falcon 9 booster. I kid you not. The fuel transfer tube inside that booster is about as large as a Falcon 9 booster altogether. And that enables SpaceX to really, really quick start up all their engines. I've talked about that on an episode as well. It takes about 6 or 7 frames in a video that SpaceX released to start up. There you can see the red thing in the middle. That is the transfer tube that I was talking about. And you see the size of the thing. That's about the size of a Falcon 9 booster. It is incredibly large. Everything about this rocket is incredibly large. And so what this gigantic transfer tube enables SpaceX to do is to basically to give fuel, propellant to every engine at the same time in raw amounts. So SpaceX can really, really quickly start up all these engines. That makes the startup process in the beginning quicker, and it also makes the separation process quicker. It makes the boost back more reliable because you have less. You can decide quicker. If something goes wrong, you can spool up another engine really, really quick because you always have enough fuel throughput from this gigantic transfer tube. And then you arrive at the engine itself, which is Raptor 3, which is radically different than Raptor 2 and even more different. Raptor 1 looked like a spaghetti monster. Raptor 2, you could already see that it was an engine. It was supposed to be an engine. And Raptor 3 is so crazy that Tori Bruno, I love the guy. I'm not trying to tell a joke about him. He's an expert in what he's doing. And when SpaceX released first footage of that Raptor 3 engine on a test stand, Tori Bruno commented under it on X, asking SpaceX why they would try to fool people by showing an engine that is not fully assembled yet, even though it was. Gwynne Shotwell took that and shot back at him, showing a picture of exactly the same engine running. So it was fully assembled. Raptor 3 is such a naked engine because everything's integrated into the engine itself that it looks like it's not finished. It's incredible. And that is a perfect example for everything that SpaceX is doing and what I said earlier as well. Everything they do is kind of crazier than what everybody else does all the time. And that is why we're all sitting here waiting for SpaceX to launch Starship Flight 12. We are 2 hours and 33 minutes away from that. We are less than 2 hours. We're an hour and 45 minutes now away from SpaceX coming online, roughly. And then at that point, their fueling go-no-go decision has already happened. So if SpaceX doesn't come online, we'll know it's a scrub for the day. That's why they come online 45 minutes before actual liftoff time, because at 50 minutes before liftoff time, they do the go-no-go decision for fueling. So at that point, they've already passed that. They're already in the process of fueling. We have a really nice graphic that will show you how the rocket is fueling while we're waiting for them to hopefully ignite the engines. The biggest problem we have today is the weather. You can see it there. There's a solid cloud cover visible right now. I've got a weather radar open here on another screen that I'm eyeballing the entire time. I'm really, really, really hoping that the weather is going to clear up even more, but it has already gotten better. What we can't have in a certain radius around the pad is precipitation. We cannot have any lightning strike possibilities and stuff like that. If that's the case, SpaceX is likely not going to launch because they want this to go well because so much depends on it. And if that is the case, if worst comes worst and SpaceX says nope, today's not a good day for a launch, they're likely going to fuel the rocket all the way up to T minus 20 seconds probably or so, do a wet dress rehearsal, which they haven't fully done with this stack yet since they rolled it out to the pad. They've just done a partial fueling. So they will likely use this opportunity, fuel the rocket up to that certain point, and then detank again and try again tomorrow. We are of course hoping that they're going to do this today, and the hype train is going strong with everybody here right now. But the weather is the biggest problem. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Yeah, other than that, this is going to be the craziest ride since Flight 1, since the very first Starship flight, because there are so many things different about this rocket. Okay, so we've been waiting for a long time now, and you guys have been sending in a lot of questions. So I'm going to try to answer a few of those. Let me see if I can get this to work here. I got to push this button here. So there we go. Okay, so that's the first one we have. That was somebody earlier. I was still watching the preparations, but I was already reading the live stream when it popped up. Thank you so much, Brace Man. Wherever you are right now, he's saying he's going to watch this in review afterwards because he doesn't have time. So when you're watching this later on, thank you so much for the super chat. This is what enables us to do this. This fan support is incredibly important to us. Thank you so much for doing this. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be able to do this for everybody. Thank you so much. Okay, then we have Detest Corn. Thank you so much for watching and for the super chat. I was watching back to Starhopper. You were saying you are about 400 viewers for the stream. Can we do a throwback stream and all watch them together? I was thinking about that actually. It would be so cool to rewatch those Starhopper streams in a live stream. It's a project I've been thinking about more than once before. The biggest problem right now is time. SpaceX is working so fast on what you can see there on the screen that it is really, really difficult for me to do any side projects because I'm so busy trying to just keep up with what SpaceX is doing and reporting about it for you guys so that I feel confident that I've covered everything in a reasonable amount. I'm kind of pedantic there. So every time I write an episode and I'm close to recording, I sit there for 2 hours thinking about all the things I couldn't cover. And so I'm always, it's almost impossible to cover everything. But yeah, that would be a Q&A combined with watching the early Starship flights. That's something I would love to do as well. So watch out for that. It might happen rather sooner than later. That we actually do this. I really have to do another another fan meetup as well. My last fan meetup I've done was like 2.5 years ago, I think, or maybe 3 years ago. Far too long. I love meeting everybody from the community, so I got to do that as well real soon. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat, and I'll keep you in the loop on any side projects, but it is difficult. Trust me, it is very difficult. Thank you. All right, so we have Dold Leon of God. Thank you so much. Question: Are you currently in Florida? Yes, I am. That's Florida right out the window there, behind the soundproofing tiles. I have not been to a Starship launch in person since Flight 5. It's been a while. The problem is that streaming something from out there isn't easy. Anybody who's done it before can tell you the same story. You're being swarmed by mosquitoes. You are waking up at 3 in the morning to try to frantically prepare all your streaming gear out in the open. It is really, really difficult to stream from out there. So I usually, when I stream these, I sit in the studio because it is just way easier, and it's more fun that way as well, because everything after the launch, anybody who's seen any rocket launch in person knows that the fun for the viewer is about 2 to 3, maybe 4 minutes, and then it's so tiny and small that it's just a dot on the horizon, basically, and it's gone. Those 3 minutes are worth it. Don't get me wrong. If you ever have the opportunity, go to Raptor Roost and watch a Starship launch. It's nuts to see this live. But after that, you're looking at a stream, because you're looking at SpaceX's views from the rocket and you're following it like everybody else. So streaming this for the audience, for you guys, it's way easier to do this from a studio. That's why I usually choose to do it from a studio. But I've already sworn to myself that for the ship catch, I'm actually going to be out there. So if you want to have a chance to meet me, look out for that ship catch flight. I am going to be out there. That is going to mean, though, that I'm not going to stream it. Jonathan, Cris, they're probably going to be more than happy to stream this, but I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be out there watching it, not holding a phone in my hand, filming it, anything, just enjoying it like in the good old days. I'm very much looking forward to that, and it's going to be a chance to meet me on site at Starbase, and I'm very, very likely going to do a large meetup somewhere as well, maybe Hopper House or something, if they want to collaborate with me. If anybody at Hopper House is watching right now, I would love to do that, fill up the place with a lot of What About It fans, and do some meetup and so on and so forth. Hopefully on Flight 13, depending on how Flight 12 is turning out. So there you go. We have 1974 Gray Malkin. Estimate on attempted Starship catch. Well, if you want to know when, hopefully on Flight 13. I just said it. SpaceX has changed its plan. The initial plan was to just have it to have the current design do 2 good flights from beginning to end, and then do a catch. But because 25 was filled with delays for the Starship program, SpaceX has changed that, and they're now down to 1. So if this version 3 design performs 1 good flight with no major problems from launch to splashdown, including everything, the next flight they're going to try to catch the ship, which is crazy, and it is going to be even more spectacular than the booster catch. Maybe it's going to be both on one flight, actually. Like, yeah, no, well, no. Well, maybe if you keep it in orbit for long enough, you could even catch the booster, unload, put it on SPMTs, roll it to the side, and then catch the ship. All possible, all within. So it would be nuts. It would be absolutely insane and crazy, and I'm going to be down there to watch that. But yeah, that's the estimate is really hard because we don't know the results of flight 12 yet. We'll have to wait and see. Everything about this flight is new. Literally everything about it is new. All right, I'm trying to figure something out here. Give me a second. There we go, that worked. Okay, so the next one, Fire Spirit Trains. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. I am in 8th grade and a huge fan of SpaceX. I learned about Starship because of you. Thank you so much for saying that. These are the messages that are motivating us the most on the team. Trust me. It is my big goal to help make life multiplanetary. What steps could I take now towards this goal? Hi from Switzerland. Well, first of all, hi back to Switzerland, and thank you so much for being motivated and for at such a young age. That's the first step, is start at a young age. If you want to be part of this, you have to start early. And then it depends on what you want to do. If you want to be developing rockets, you have to become an engineer. There's no way around it. If you want to help build them, you can go all the way down to the simple welder, to the simple forklift driver, or anything. Starbase and every other rocket production facility, for that matter, needs everybody. They need people down to the catering, to the person doing the coffee maker, to the guy delivering the mail. Everything is needed at Starbase and at any other rocket facility as well. So if you want to help, you can be the janitor. That is a common misconception. I've had this question many times from people like, yeah, but I need to be an astronaut or a highly decorated engineer or something. No, you do not. You don't need to be the highly decorated engineer. You can be literally anything is needed for such a project like Starship. Anything is needed. There isn't much Starship construction in Switzerland, so you might have to relocate but not even that, because SpaceX is still planning its point-to-point travels. They've just done their filing for the IPO. If you heard about it, I don't want to make it a major topic because that's not why I'm watching this. Is not because of stock exchange or anything or financial markets. So I'm not talking about that much. But in that filing, they still and again mentioned their point-to-point travel. So if you're lucky, at some point, starships are going to land in Switzerland just because people are traveling with them from A to B on this planet. Even that is possible. But it might be that you have to relocate if you want to actively build starships, or if you want to be among the people that actually travel to the moon or Mars. That, with SpaceX at least, it largely happens in the United States. So you might have to relocate to the US for that. But I've already done this with my entire family, and I can tell you it's been one of the best decisions of my life. I like it here very much, and the one thing I was afraid of before moving to the United States was that I might be treated as a foreigner, because that's just what I am here in the United States. Even though half my family is US, I grew up in Germany. I'm the crowd, but that's not the case, and it was never. And I'm so happy about this. I could not have had a more welcoming reception here in the US. I could not have expected more. So thank you to everybody who I've met here so far. People from the United States are open and friendly and awesome. That's all I've seen so far. So that's a nice thing as well. What can I give you? At one point I asked a very famous NASA astronaut, Doug Wheelock, if that tells you anything, to to record a small motivational video for my daughter. She was back then, I think, 7 years old, so still a little younger than you. But he actually took the time to record this 30-second video for her, to give her a motivation for her life. And what he said is what I say every time as well. What's the most important thing in your life is to hold on to your dream, to not shove it aside, to not say it's a dream, I'm never going to do this anyway, but to actually hold on to it and to try to make it real. That's the most important thing. Whatever that dream is, if it is walking on Mars, be my guest. That's amazing. But whatever it ends up being, don't shove it aside. Don't be like, yeah, but I got to go to work and I got to do this and I got to do that. The side quests are the most important thing in life. The main quest is there to pay the bills. The side quest is there to give you joy, and that's the dreams, and that's what you got to hold on to and work on, and spend a little bit of time every day to advance that. Don't forget about that. That's what I've seen. A few of my friends, even during their life, they kind of forgot to invest time into their dreams. You should always have time to invest into your dreams. That's what Doug Wheelock told my daughter, and I think that is what I think that's the best advice you can give somebody who's young as you. Always invest time into your dreams. It's very important. Thank you for watching with us. Okay, we have, I'm like I said, I'm trying to say this as these questions as quick as I can. We have Printly perfect. Yeah, Cris is already laughing because it takes me so much time to answer them. I'm sorry. Printly perfect. Thank you so much for your super chat. It is much appreciated. Question: how does orbital refueling work in OG? In OG? Oh, in zero G. I'd assume that the propellant just forms blobs in the tanks. Yes, it does. Also, love from England. So lots of love back to England. I love you guys. It's actually rather simple. You use something that's called gravity settling. So you thrust your thrusters, you activate your thrusters, and that creates artificial gravity acting on the fuel inside the tanks. As if you give your even your RCS thrusters are enough for that. You just puff a little bit into one direction, and all the propellant will settle in the tanks into one place, and then it'll stay there if you keep it stable and don't touch anything. That's the nice thing about zero G. It'll stay there once settled, and then you can start pumping things around from one Starship to the other. So you dock them together, because then you have a lot of movement and it's sloshing around like crazy. You're absolutely right. And when you're done with the docking process, you give a little puff in the one direction, and that makes all the propellant settle on the bottom of the tanks, and then you can start circling around from Starship 1 to Starship 2. That's how that works in a nutshell. It is a little bit more complicated than that, but that's in general how they're going to do it. And I love seeing that vapor from the tank farm there. I really, really hope they're going to launch today. Okay, we have somebody who is watching every time, and I thank you so much for this, Janine. Every time I see a comment from you on Patreon, every time I see a comment from you under the episodes, I answer it. She's been a fan of What About It for a long, long time. Thank you so much for watching with us again. Thank you so much for the coffee money for the team. It is much appreciated. Enjoy the show. Still loving Y. Show Felix some love and click like, follow, and join the Y family. Great job, photographers. Hi. She knows what she's talking about because she's been a part of that Y family for a long time. If you become a patron, or if you become a YouTube member, a whole new world opens up for you. We do posts almost every day. You get a picture gallery here, you get the animations from Elliot, you get episodes without ads, you get the whole thing, and almost a post per day. It's very much worth it. We try to make it as much worth it for you as possible, the most important part about it for us is that it is funding that is separate from everything else. It's more stable. If the fans fund the channel, it's not about a sponsoring on an episode. It's not about the views going up and down each episode. If you look at the views of our videos, you'll see that one does 250,000 views, another one does 600,000 views. That is very hard for us to calculate because we have things like everybody on the team earns money and their families depend on it and so on and so forth. And what that fan funding gives us is stability. And that is priceless for the team. So thank you so much for everybody who's crazy enough to fund us doing videos about starships. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you, Janine, for being with us again today. Okay, we have Mr. Drive Mad. Thank you so much for the super chat. SS is about 1,000 cubic meters. One banana is very, very much less. So 1,000 cubic meters plus very, very much less equals 4.3 million bananas. I don't know if you copied that from one of the episodes, but I've actually done this exact calculation before. I wanted to know how many bananas for scale. That is a joke in the spaceflight community. Like you put a little banana next to a rocket model, and that's the banana for scale. And I was wondering how many bananas for scale would actually fit into a Starship payload bay, and that's about what I came up with as well. So it's a lot of bananas. And the funniest part about it is that SpaceX has actually flown a banana to space before. I think it was, which flight was it? Six, seven? Oh shit, I said it. Oh, and I said that too. That was not intentional, but SpaceX has actually flown. My team is laughing in the background, of course. SpaceX has launched a banana into space. I don't know which flight it was, but they've actually done that before. And that was a direct pun towards 6-7. There it goes in the chat. Please don't. No, 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 don't do it. Oh no. We have a 6-7 train, everybody. Thank you. That was so due to me. I'm very sorry for that. It was not intentional. So 4 point. See, yeah, yeah, come on. Okay, so as you can see, everybody, it's just amazing. Everybody's having fun. Okay, thank you, Mr. Driver Med. We have Jay Hawker. Thank you so much for the super chat. It is very, very much appreciated. When do you think we see real Starlink sets? Flight 13, if 12 works out. Trust me, SpaceX is waiting for this. They desperately want to launch Starlink satellites on version 3 because their version 3 Starlink satellite is so large that it would never fit onto a Falcon 9 rocket, and they're already delayed by roughly 2 years. They wanted to launch these 2 years ago. So yes, as soon as it is as it is possible in any way, SpaceX is going to deploy, and that would be as soon as they're in orbit. Because you do not want to deploy a Starlink satellite, a working Starlink satellite on a suborbital trajectory, because that means it'll be able to broadcast for like 45 minutes or so, and then it re-enters again. And that's what of course, you don't want to have that. So you need to reach orbit for that to make sense. And that would be Flight 13. And trust me, I'm pretty sure that SpaceX is, as soon as they are in an orbit, they're going to release Starlink satellites to start testing them, because that's all valuable data for them as well, and so on and so forth. So I do think if everything works on Flight 12, Flight 13 for a real version 3 Starlink satellite. I don't think SpaceX is going to wait long. That wouldn't be SpaceX. They normally don't do that. So we have Des2E. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sending some coffee and croissant money for you guys. Always love your watching your content, Felix and team. Many thanks. Thank you so much. As I said, you cannot imagine how important this fan funding is for the entire team. It brings stability, and it is so much appreciated, because you literally fund a crazy bunch of people being able to make videos about crazy rockets. So thank you so much. Before I started this channel, I didn't even think that these kinds of people would exist, and we kind of found a lot of you. So thank you so much for that. It's much appreciated. Okay, we have DTGR. I'm very sorry for butchering the name. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey Felix, great stuff. Do you know if there is any way to listen to the mission control main loop audio? SpaceX does, but they talk over it. Yes, for Falcon launches, you often have a separate stream that gives you this control. I honestly don't know though if this exists for Starship launches, because I'm always streaming it and I'm never that way, never listening into anything like this. So your best bet would be either somebody on the team who says yes, totally, and they don't, as I can see right now. So I honestly don't know, but SpaceX has been doing this before. I don't know if they do it for Starship launches though. I doubt it. If there's anybody in the chat right now who can answer this, please do so. Thank you. I do not know. We have Paulie Cashews. Thank you so much for the super chat. Here's some background music for the launch stream Starship by Unbalanced Load. Is that a song? I don't know. I will copy it out and search for it later on. But I have never heard of this song. I am confused. Please do tell me in the chat what you meant with this. If it was just a joke, it totally went over my head. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have James Bensley. Thank you so much for the super chat. Always look forward to your videos and live coverage. Felix, well done. You and Marcus are my go-to source. God bless. Huge shout out to Marcus House. He is very, very close to my heart because he started his content about SpaceX like half a year before I started. And when I hadn't started yet, I was kind of exactly the same as everybody watching the stream right now. Somebody on YouTube trying to find more stuff about rockets. And Marcus House's videos were suggested to me over and over and over, and I became a huge Marcus House fan. So shout out to you, Marcus, if you're seeing this. That's the most important thing I think about all these YouTube channels talking about spaceflight is getting people enthusiastic about it. Because if you don't know about something, no matter how important it is, you won't have it on your radar. You will not be sitting there cheering for it or anything. So I think the most important thing that we influencers can do on YouTube is excite people, and Marcus does a brilliant job with this. So thank you, Marcus. I totally agree with you, and it's nice of you to mention him. Thank you. We have Mr. Skulls. And the tank farm is ramping up absolutely. This is so good to see. We're an hour and 20 minutes away from the go no go fueling decision, so we're getting close here. Mr. Skulls, thank you so much for the super chat. It is very, very much appreciated. Absolutely amazing content. I've been watching your videos almost daily since May 29th, 2024. Thank you for everything you do. May 29th, March 29th, 2024. Was that a specific day? I mean, it was 5 days after my birthday. That is special. I don't know, but it's oddly specific. So there must have been something at that point that you remember this so specifically. I hope it was something really, really cool, and I thank you so much for watching. If nobody would watch our videos, we couldn't do them. So thank you so much for doing this and for watching every video. We're very proud that you guys are watching our videos. Every time I release a new video, it still feels the same as releasing the first video. That has never changed. I'm sitting there like an anxious little kid pushing that public button, and I'm thinking everybody will rip it apart because it's all so bad. And then you have nothing but praise for us. And I thank you so much. The entire team, trust me, thanks you for watching our videos. Keep watching them, and we'll try to make them as best as we can. We'll try to improve them more and more and more. I can tell you that much. And there is a lot of stuff to come here, especially if Flight 12 works out. There are so many milestones depending on all of this. So thank you. We have George Gailatian 3263. Thank you so much for the super chat. Why has the best live coverage? Love your enthusiasm, guys. That's just me being crazy. I don't know. I've been running around for the last 3 days with a grin in my face that I couldn't get rid of. I wake up grinning and I fall asleep grinning before Starship launches. So I've had this many times that people say, "Hey, but how can you always be so enthusiastic about this?" I don't know. It kind of comes natural. So I mean, it's the implications. In the end, it's the implications, I think. It's all the things that this could change the human history, literally. That's how important this is. If this works out, it is going to change everything down the line. In decades, in centuries, in millennia, this is going to change our life. What is happening at Starbase right now, and that's why I am so enthusiastic, that's for sure. So thanks for sharing the enthusiasm and for the super chat. It is appreciated. Anthony Lozego, thank you so much. That's another name I've read so many times before. You've been with us for so long. You are very positive, and I appreciate that. Moving to a new country is absolutely amazing. Been here since the beginning, and I love your content. Your optimism is my greatest reason to continue following you. Keep it up. You cannot imagine how I felt before we moved to the United States. I had a party with my friends at our house. I invited everybody over for the last time, and we drank our favorite beer and sat on the balcony. And I felt so sad when everybody left that evening because I did not know where my future would go. So it's a crazy thing to leave your home for a dream. And that's what I said earlier to the kid from Switzerland. It is very, very important to follow your dreams. And I think that is what we did. That's what it comes down to. And I'm very, very happy that the people here in the US welcomed us with open arms. I couldn't say it differently. Everybody who I've met here so far has been supportive and has been. I'm a fan of the US. I tell you right now, I have a flag in front of my house, and it is a US flag, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm waiting for the day that I get a green card and a citizenship, because this is a really, really lovely country. No matter what stupid politics and media and anything is happening right now, the people that I met here, the things that are happening here, and the way that this country is, it's been pretty cool so far. So thank you, United States. We're happy to be here. And thank you, Anthony, for being with us for so long. It is much appreciated. Printly Perfect, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Do you think they will get HLS working in time? Yes, but the question is, how do you define in time? I'm not, like, every time somebody says, oh, they're late and this is all going to drag out anyway, and there's never going to be a moon landing in 2028, I'm like, okay, it doesn't matter much to me. If it is happening in 28, I'll be the biggest fan. I'll be streaming this. Trust me, don't worry. Just tune in and I'll be here to watch this together with you. But if it happens in 2030, it's going to be the same thing. I'll be here watching it together with you. The timelines don't matter much. What's way more, they are so quick at this point anyway. Do you realize that? Before SpaceX entered the stage of spaceflight, every milestone was 10 years apart. Now we have a milestone every other week. So don't worry about the milestones. They're going to reach plenty of milestones going forward. And it doesn't matter much if it's going to be in 28 or in 2030. It is going to happen. And that's the important part. If it happens and when it happens, it is going to be very, very important. And the result that they want to achieve with this is completely different than what they did during Apollo. Apollo was the demonstration of political soft power. It is the way it is. It gave us beautiful pictures. It gave us Neil Armstrong putting a footprint on the moon and a flag and everything and the whole shebang. And it was absolutely amazing, but it stopped as soon as it happened, and nobody ever continued again after a few flights. And that's a damn shame, if you ask me. They should have continued, and we're finally at the point where we're continuing. This isn't about another flag. This isn't about another footprint. This isn't about another Neil Armstrong. It doesn't even really matter who's going to be the first guy to step out of that lunar starship. What's going to matter is that the guy has 80 tons of payload behind him when he steps out the door. That is the big change this time, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And it doesn't matter if it happens in 2028 or if it happens in 2030, as long as it happens. Finally, we've been waiting for so long, and I can wait a year longer, or 2 or 3. It's the same when they announced that they're not going to go to Mars in the first instance. I was like, okay, it doesn't, like, even the prospect of it happening at all is absolutely amazing, and wasn't there at all before SpaceX. There was nothing. There was a space shuttle that was arguably hard to want to watch launch again when it was still operational, because it was very, very dangerous. It killed astronauts. It was inspirational and it was amazing, but it was also the largest astronaut killer ever. It was extremely expensive. It wasn't very reusable. It was full of old space. And even though I am the biggest fan of the saying, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, it's absolutely true. All the way down to the first SNART missile, we're standing on that knowledge. We're standing on these people that worked so hard to get this all going. At some point, the spaceflight industry was on the wrong track. It was more about money and more about contracts that you didn't really need to bring a result for. And that's what I was very frustrated with, and that's what's gone now, and that's what I'm here for. So there was a very long answer to the question. I don't know when it is going to work, but I don't think it's going to be. We're closer to it than we've ever been, and that's what I'm excited about. So don't be disappointed if it doesn't land on the moon in 28. If it lands on the moon in 2030, it is still the exact same achievement. That's what I'm here for, and I hope you are too. We have Arokada 3590. Thank you so much for the super chat. Again, this is so appreciated. If you've just joined us, please do like this stream. Just push that little button if you like what we're doing here. It helps us a lot. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. I know this is silly. We continue to say this all the time on every video, but it helps us hugely if you do so. It costs you nothing and it helps us a lot. And if you want to go the whole 9 yards and you want to be treated to almost a picture gallery per day, you become a channel member or a patron. Maybe the moderators can put a link in the chat. Thank you so much for your support. So Arocado 3590. Been out of the SpaceX loop for a couple of years. Where are they at right now? And what is coming in the near future? Guesses of where SpaceX will be in 2 years? When will the moon mission start? Okay. This is kind of like asking Peter Beck where he thinks his company is going to be in 5 years. I've done that mistake twice, actually. I've had 2 interviews with Peter Beck, and both times I felt really stupid when I asked it. But it's that standard question. Where do you see this in X, Y, Z years? It's almost impossible to answer that question. It depends largely on where today is going to go. It depends on where that next flight is going to go. It depends on so many variables that it's almost impossible to predict this out 2 years. I could predict this out probably half a year. Maybe reasonably in half a year, we're going to have 2 places where they launch Starships. That's the biggest change. We're not going to just have Starbase. We're also going to have 39A at Cape Canaveral, which at that point should roughly be operational towards the end of the year, which is going to be a huge change. We're going to hopefully have a version 3 Starship actually deploying payload in space, which is going to give SpaceX even more funding to make it even easier for them to keep the Starship program alive, which is the self-running process that is very much needed, because right now Starship is bleeding money, and they want to change this into not bleeding money but actually generating money. That is kind of important if you're building these large rockets. SpaceX is not running out of money. Starlink is funding it, but it would be better if Starship was net positive. That is, I think, going to happen in the next half year. And then this HLS and orbital refueling. That is the next huge milestone. That is the next thing that is going to be needed for everything wanting to happen next year. Like an HLS demo where a Starship actually docks with a Artemis vehicle, in that case Orion. That is going to be very important. The orbital refueling itself is going to be essential. Reusing a Starship is hopefully going to happen within the next half year, maybe year. Also largely depending on this flight, because this is the first version 3 flight. We have no knowledge about version 3 yet. This is the first time this thing launches. So, and it's radically different. Even though it looks largely the same on the outside, trust me, this thing is wildly different than everything we've seen so far. Everything, the engines, the construction on the inside, the systems, everything's been updated, changed, refined, improved, and some things even redesigned from scratch, not even based on what they had before, because they had a better idea and redesigned the whole thing. So a lot of things depend on what's happening. This question would be better for after the flight. This is the infraction, what is it called? The infraction point, the critical moment. Flight 12 is one of those. So cross your fingers for Ship 39 and for Booster 19. If they work out, this is going to make life way easier for SpaceX going forward, and make the milestones that we're all looking forward to compress a lot in that near future timeline. So it's hard to say before the launch, but that's in a nutshell what I'm hoping for them to do in the next half year. 2 years is almost impossible to say. 2 years ago, we didn't even know about a million AI satellite constellation. We didn't know anything about mass drivers on the moon. We didn't know about SpaceX wanting to change their plan with the Mars colony towards a moon base. So many things have radically shifted in the past year alone that it's almost impossible to predict this out 2 years. But like I said, what's predictable is that this is going to be really, really important for humanity, more than most people think. Hubert Stapler. That sounds very German. Hubert Stapler 6017. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yay, the chopsticks are out of the way. Exactly. That is a good sign. And you know they can use pad 1 to catch the ship and pad 2 to catch the booster, so they can come back at the same time. Theoretically, yes, but right now pad 1 is not in a condition to do anything. I mean, theoretically, yes, but right now, and for Flight 13, hmm, I don't think so. You're absolutely right, but I don't think that's going to be the case for Flight 13. They might manage though. It's SpaceX after all, so I wouldn't be surprised if shortly before Flight 13 they just start weight testing the new chopsticks, and then they're good to go to catch something on that other tower. It could be. You're right. Absolutely. We have Mr. Cool. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hello, Felix. Could we please have a look on the pre-start timeline? Yes, we can. I think I know the button to push as well, but I think that means that the chat is going to disappear. I think I got to push this thing. Nope, that's plus. I'm lost. There we go. Thank you. That was Jonathan in the background. Thank you so much. So this is the pre-launch timeline all the way up to ignition. And as you can see, the events are pretty quick together. If you've seen a SLS launch, Artemis is a good example for things being stretched out way more. It kind of feels like they start this early in the morning, and then in the evening, they're ready to launch the rocket. SpaceX doesn't do that. SpaceX is way quicker with this. At T-50, they have the go, no-go decision for propellant load, which is the moment of them actually proceeding to anything. Before that, it's just that what we're looking at right now is the tank farm warming up. That's all that's happening right now, and it's not much. They can just turn that off again and then reschedule for tomorrow. But once that go, no-go decision is the important part for us. Once that is a yes, they actually start filling the Starship. They come online with their live stream. They start talking about things. Hopefully they'll show us a few new things as well. SpaceX is always good at showing us a few nice little videos about things that they're working on behind the scenes and things like that. It's often very, very interesting to watch. It's not just them showing the rocket launch. It's way more exciting than that. And then everything boils down to the last 2 minutes before the launch is where it gets really exciting, where you have everything finishing up, you have the flame diverter kicking in, and then you have the ignition, and then the rocket leaves the pad incredibly fast. I'm very much looking forward to that, because if we jump to after the launch, you'll see that the max Q occurs, 55 seconds, a minute after launch? When is it? It is incredibly close to ignition. For such a large rocket, it's insanely close. See, there you go. No, that's the one before. 45 seconds into flight, we have max Q. That's incredible. That is the point at which the rocket is the fastest, combined with the atmosphere being the thickest. So it's two graphs basically, the rocket accelerating and the atmosphere density going down while the rocket goes up. And at the point where these two collide, where these two graphs collide, is where max Q is. It's where the rocket endures the most resistance from the atmosphere as it's plowing through. And that is happening 45 seconds into flight. That is insanely quick. And then at 2 minutes and 22 seconds, the action for the booster is already gone. It cuts off almost all its engines. I think it's leaving, how many? 5 engines burning. And then it does its separation flip, and the upper stage continues, and then we're in for a crazy ride with all sorts of incredible things. My personal highlight for this one is they're deploying 22 Starlink satellites, and 2 of those are going to have cameras on them. And the idea is, the Starship itself, you can kind of slightly see it as well. You see these white spots on the heat shield, on the Starship upper stage heat shield. You see these tiny white spots there. Those are single heat tiles that are white. And they're supposed to give the cameras on those 2 Starlinks, the last 2 Starlink satellites that they're going to separate from the rocket, are going to have cameras, and the Starship is going to spin around to show those satellites its heat shield, and then we're going to hopefully see live pictures of a Starship slowly floating away from the Starlink satellite, turning around and presenting its heat shield. This is going to be nuts if it actually happens. It is going to be one of those jaw drop moments that we've had quite a few of since SpaceX started doing Starship launches. I'm very much looking forward to that. So yeah, there's your little rundown on what we can actually expect. Is nuts. It is nuts. Okay, I need a very, very short break. Cris, can you take over for a moment and maybe answer a few more questions because I really, really want to have these people. The super chats keep coming in. Thank you so much for that. It is very important for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I want you guys to have answers as much as you can as we can. So if you can speed answer a few more of those, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Okay? Oh, that's the wrong guy. There you go.
Or cargo from the moon. I mean, yes, basically, if you land astronauts, you want to get them back off the surface. So, yes, by the mission layout that Artemis is planning at the moment, it would be that the spaceship brings them back to lunar orbit, and then they go back into Orion and go back to the Earth, basically. But of course, it is theoretically possible to also use the Starship itself to go back. I don't know. We'll see how this entire thing will develop because it all hinges basically on today. This is the V3. Once we get that going, we are on the next major step toward the HLS. And yeah, we'll just have to wait this one out, I guess. Next one, creations by Zeal. Is the goal to catch or land Starship? For this flight, it's not the goal to catch either one of the stages. So the Starship hopefully will make it into the Indian Ocean about an hour after launch. It should soft touch down there. The booster is doing the entire boost back maneuver, and it's doing something that we have seen on previous flights as well. It will actually land on a virtual tower. So you have to imagine it like there will be a spot in the Gulf of America where it thinks there is a tower and then do the entire approach maneuver, already slow down, and it will actually think that it's being caught by chopsticks that are just not there, and then it will sink down into the Gulf. So no catches on this next one. Right song, right time. Your opinion. Focus has shifted from Mars to Moon, then Mars. Do you think this will speed up getting to Mars or slow it down? Are you more or less excited about the new direction? That is an interesting thing. I think going to the moon is really something that is the perfect preparation to do longer flights to actually tackle Mars later on. If they are able to gather experience there, of course, it's a completely different beast. I mean, you have barely any atmosphere around the moon, so landing there is a completely different thing. But overall, the entire operation of a human landing version of a ship, getting it developed, is something that really can benefit a lot by going to the moon first. So I think in the end, it will not really slow down the entire campaign. It's just that we are moving it 1 or 2 Martian transfer windows out. And that's just 4 or 5 years that we're looking at. So as Felix has said before, it's not really all about meeting the timeline, getting everything done like in 2 years. It's about getting it done at all, to get a continuous stream of development. And I think that it's exciting nonetheless. I'm so looking forward to the entire moon, to getting that base there, because we will see robotic landers pretty soon. They want to actually get the basics of the base done before astronauts go there. So expect to see the moon and live footage from the moon a lot more than you ever did in the in the entire history. And this is something that will happen in the next few years. So let's get the next question here. Chris Clower 8399. Felix, how are you feeling today? Are you excited, and do you think this will be a good or no go? Well, I can really answer for Felix, but looking at Felix and his excitement over the last few days, I'm absolutely confident that he's super excited. Felix, I'm just trying to answer something for you. I mean, it was about the level of your excitement, and I think it's safe to assume that you're totally pumped for this, right?
Very excited. Yeah, I also saw, I was listening on my phone literally as I was walking through the house here. I saw the last question as well. Those are questions that are hard to answer. Yeah, I'm extremely excited. I am extremely excited. I said it before. It's the implications are what makes Starship so incredible for me. It's not that it's the largest rocket ever. It's not that it's going to have 100 tons of payload capacity. It's the whole package. What enables the spaceflight industry to step from a very rare occurrence with extremely high costs to something common, to something that many can afford, to something that is a daily occurrence, even hourly. I've just yesterday, I think, or the day before, Gwynne Shotwell again said that the goal is to have Starship launches every hour in the next 5 years. In 5 years, they want to be at a point where they launch a Starship per hour.
Yeah, 24 hours a day. We're really talking about this 10,000 Starship a year mark. It's
Yeah,
absolutely mind-blowing.
exactly. And that is, it's hard for me to not be excited about that because the implications for that are crazy. We'll be able to do so many things. 3, 4 years ago, I was often confronted with the question about the payload. Like when people started realizing how large these starships are actually going to be and how much payload capacity they're supposed to have in the end, everybody was like, "But what are you going to send up? Well, why was it 200 tons per launch? What are you even going to bother sending up? There isn't that much payload." That's because payload manufacturing was still at the level of what spaceflight was. As soon as you have a rocket that can send something up for $20 a kilogram, there's not going to be the question what you're going to send up. There's going to be more companies than you can serve with starships that are going to be interested in sending things up to space. There are a lot of use cases for space, even down to actual space tourism. And I don't mean a rich dude spending a week on the ISS, which we've had a few times now. I mean actual space tourism, a hotel floating in low Earth orbit that you can book a room on, and you can fly there and spend a few days in space and come back down. That's space tourism. And then you have asteroid mining, you have the moon, you have a huge AI business according to Elon Musk and SpaceX. You have Mars that is still to come. You have so many things, and also scientifically. Imagine you don't build one large James Webb Space Telescope. You build 1,000 small telescopes that you send up, so-called swarm telescopes. You send them up, they deploy in space in a grid, and they work together as one. And they build 1,000 small telescopes, acting as one large telescope. That is where this is going to go. That's one thing. Every time I do understand it. Hobby astronomers are having trouble with Starlink satellites. It is very annoying. I am a hobby astronomer, and I am being faced with it a lot at this point. But if it leads to us having swarm telescopes looking at other planets, I'm fine with it, because the implications down the line are what make this project crazy. There are so many things that we can't even dream of. Power production in space, another thing. If you can generate the power in space and then beam it down via microwave to reception stations, we might be able to take all the nasty stuff that we have to do on Earth right now off planet, and that would be amazing. And that's just one aspect, and it keeps on going and going and going. There are so many things that we'll be able to do with this. Fingers crossed for Flight 12. Fingers crossed for Flight 12. Ah, man. I just looked at the other cameras when I was downstairs. I looked over my wife's shoulder. She's monitoring the other cameras right now as well. The tank farm is rapidly spooling up. Everything looks exactly, there you go, look at this. The Pope stack is venting like crazy. Everything is going towards launch right now. Nothing, there is no counter indicators for me. Nothing. It definitely looks like SpaceX is continuing towards a launch right now. We're less than an hour away from the go no go decision for fueling. 5 minutes after that, you see there's even a small tower vent at this point. See that little tower vent going on there in the I think is that the Z cam? Yeah, it's the Z cam. You can see that there's a vent in the middle of the tower, right in the middle of the tower, directly under the arm that is connected to the ship, that the big black arm that is pointing towards the ship. Right under it, there's this little black tube thingy, and you can see that little bit of a vent coming out of there. That means that the lines are being pre-chilled right now. So the whole system is getting ready to start the fueling process. That takes a moment because everything needs to be chilled down and prepared, and systems need to be spooled up and so on and so forth. And once that is all done, SpaceX looks at all their indicators, all their sensors, and if everything checks out, they push the button and the Starship starts fueling. Oversimplified. There is not one button that they push, but that's in a nutshell how it works. And the tower vent is going, and all the other vents are going, and I'm very, very much looking forward to this. Yeah, and until then we have some time to kill, so let's do a few more questions. For everybody who has just joined us, we're at 12,000 people watching right now, everybody. Quick shout out into the chat. I'm reading as much as I can. Thank you guys so much for watching this with us. Thank you for viewing with us with What About It. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream, very important. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. It means the world to us and it makes our life way easier. Send us a super chat, become a patron, buy yourself a t-shirt, anything you want to do, all of it is very much appreciated, and we'll try to make it worth your money as much as we can. If you have a question for me or for Cris or for Jonathan, who's hopefully going to join us later on as well, but he's right now pretty busy managing the tech and he does a beautiful job. This is a really cool close-up of the tower and the SQD, the ship quick disconnect arm. Maybe we can zoom onto that real quick, because you can, from that, at that magnification level, you can actually see if stuff becomes frosty. That's the tower vent right there. You see that little pokey thing there on the side of the tower? That is the tower vent I was talking about earlier. And you can see the lines getting frosty already. The line that goes inside the tower there that leads to the vent on the side. You can see the ice build up on it. So SpaceX is actively pre-chilling the lines, and this is getting us closer to the launch, and that is what we want to see today. So without further ado, I'm going to try to do a few more of those questions, because thank you so much for the super chats, people. This is absolutely appreciated. Okay, so we have the Traveler's Travels. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you and your team for all the effort y'all put in for our launch addiction. Yeah, I said this earlier. I'm surprised how many people we were able to find that are willing to fund us in making crazy videos about even crazier rockets. Thank you so much for supporting us, for sending us super chats, for becoming patrons, for liking and for subscribing and so on and so forth, because that is what enables us to do all this. Without you guys watching, we wouldn't be doing it. So thank you so much for that. It's much appreciated. Mizin27, thank you so much for your super chat. From Alaska with love, Space Family. A good friend of mine lives in Alaska, north of Anchorage, and I visited him in 2016 with the entire family, or 15, I think. Jordan, if you're watching, not Jordan the photographer, another Jordan, a friend of mine. If you're watching this right now, let's go Flight 12. He might be watching. He's a rocket enthusiast as well. So I know Alaska, and it's been one of my craziest trips I've ever done in my life. Alaska, we went all the way up to Fairbanks into Denali National Park. We flew a little plane, a mall over the glaciers and a Connect Glacier north of Anchorage. I've been to all these places, and it's burned into my brain. Alaska is absolutely amazing. So thanks for tuning in from Alaska. Big Alaska fan. We have Laurentiu Erdi. Thank you so much for the super chat. Happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
We have a
birthday.
birthday child here. Everybody give it up in the chat. Say a little happy birthday to Lauren, everybody. If it launches today, this is going to be the biggest birthday candle you can imagine. My sister's birthday is today as well. I have two sisters, and the middle sister, it's her birthday today as well. I don't know if she's watching because she's in France and it's rather late over there already, so she might not be watching. If she is, I love you, sister. Happy birthday! And here you go. There's some birthday wishes for you, Lauren. Thank you so much for tuning in with us today. Enjoy the day. We have the Saboteur 99, another guy that I don't know how long you've been here for. Thank you so much for watching with us. Thank you so much for the super chat. It is so much appreciated. Sadly, I won't be awake long enough for the launch. Glad to see how well Y is doing. The team and your work are worth all our time. Enjoy the stream and launch. Ah, you must be very tired. If you're already asleep, thank you so much for having joined us. This chat was done more than an hour ago. I got to be quicker with this. Thank you so much for having joined us. If you're still with us, thank you so much for watching this with us. Fight through it. It is going to be worth it. Fight through it. Don't go to sleep. Don't do it. Get yourself another coffee. All right. Thank you so much. We have Darshan Hansen. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. Always enjoy your work. Been watching for years now. Love the hair. Thank you. That's actually that is a reference to. I was crazy enough. At some point, I was approached by a company called Elite Hair. This is not sponsored right now. This is not sponsored. I'm telling you, I'm not getting any money for this. I already got money for it earlier, 2 years ago. I'm not getting money right now, so this is not a sponsoring. I was approached by this company and they said, hey, how about you get a hair transplant? And I was like, yeah, sure. And then my wife convinced me, and then we did this, and I traveled to Turkey and I get a hair transplant, and that's why he's saying the hair looks good. It's kind of been a meme in the community since then. I'm very happy I did it. So if you're a person who is bald and who doesn't like to look in the mirror and be bald, it actually works. It was very pleasant. It wasn't expensive, and it worked out. That's all I can say about that. Thank you so much for saying that you love the hair. I appreciate it. We have Indigo, Justini. I still don't know how to pronounce that nickname. Thank you so much for the super chat. You shouldn't have done that. He's part of the team. He's been for, I don't know how long, for 6 years or so. Right now, he's very busy with his studies, though, and I hope that you're progressing nicely. What is it? It's not, it was geologist. Geologist? I think he's a geologist. And that is yeah, exactly. I'm getting a thumbs up here from Jonathan in the background. That is an incredibly interesting field of studies. So keep going with that. I wish you all the best, and thank you so much for watching this with us today. He's been with us since like half an hour after I opened the channel, I think. Gordon TB, thank you so much for the super chat. Spaceflight in general, including your content, helped reignite my dream of finishing college, and I am now in my 30s pursuing an undergrad degree in aerospace engineering at Embry-Riddle in Florida. So I know Embry-Riddle, so I know the place where you're studying, and these are the kinds of this isn't the first comment I got, and every time it feels really, really crazy, and I'm very, very happy that we can give you this inspiration from the entire team. Everybody on the team is smiling right now. That's what I meant earlier. The most important part is to get people enthusiastic about this, because most people don't even know that this is happening. It's nuts, in my opinion. I can't even fathom that there are so many people in the world that don't even know that this is happening. This is crazy. Everybody should know about this, because it is going to be, if it works out, it is going to change all our future. And so thank you so much for grabbing this, for using this as a motivation, and for pursuing aerospace engineering at Embry-Riddle. This is amazing. All the best for you, and keep going. Keep going. Okay, so we have George Bottarini, 1788. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for everything you do. Well, and thank you for watching everything that we do. I've said it a few times. This wouldn't be possible without you guys. So thank you for the super chat and for pushing us further. We have Hedda Gravenhart. He dog Gravenhart. Thank you so much for the super chat. Been a sub of yours since Flight Test 4. Love your content. So IFT4, yeah, that was a pretty special launch, because that was the last one I saw live. I think I went down there with the whole family to Raptor Roost. Shout out to Raptor Roost, everybody who's watching from there. I'm pretty sure some are tuned into the Y live stream. So shout out to the Raptor Roost. Shout out to you fighting the mosquitoes, not biting. The mosquitoes were biting you. I got some messages from last night. It must have been a lot of mosquitoes, but that's normal at Starbase. So use a lot of off protection everywhere, and then it's enjoyable. And we're close to launch. We're very close to launch. And that Flight Test 4 was the last time I watched it from the Raptor Roost, and I'm very much looking forward to hopefully Flight 13, where I'm going to watch it again from the Raptor Roost. So there we go. AMXD, thank you so much for the super chat. My kids asked who you are. I told them you're Felix the Rocket Man. Thanks for capturing history and inspiring the next generation of dreamers. Hello, kids of AMXD. I'm Felix from Germany. I'm this random dude who was very interested in spaceflight and space and who has never stopped learning and who's at some point started releasing videos on YouTube about this stuff. But I'm exactly the same as you. I'm curious and I'm interested, and that curiosity will lead you to the most wonderful places. So keep chasing that curiosity and always be inspired for greater things to come. That is the nicest thing about being a child, is that there is so much stuff that is still ahead of you. Keep that inspiration, keep chasing your dream, and I'm very happy that your dad is watching What About It. Matthias, thank you so much for the super chat. SpaceX should make a smaller Starship with the same huge booster to go to the moon. Anyway, Optimus will be the first passengers. Yes, well, the thing with the stubby Starship, Tim has just released an excellent video, by the way. If you haven't watched it yet, Tim has released 2 videos lately. Everyday Astronaut, Tim Dodd. He's released 2 excellent videos recently. I hope he's streaming right now as well. I heard he has some time slot problems, but I hope he's streaming right now. He's released some very nice videos about exactly this topic. And I do think the whole stubby Starship discussion isn't worth it. That might sound strange, but let me explain here for a second. The SpaceX's goal is to mass produce starships. And if you want to mass produce something, you have to keep it simple. And if you're actively pursuing 2, 3, 4 different designs, at that point, that would be the case. You'd have the normal Starship. You'd have the tanker Starship, the fuel depot. You'd have the HLS Starship. You would have the stubby Starship. You would have the Starship that wants to deploy normal payload, because you can't do that through a pass dispenser slit. So you see where I'm going? You have a whole park of Starship designs at that point, and that becomes hard to develop, hard to maintain, and hard to innovate on. So I'm a big fan of SpaceX dumping it down as much as they can. If you can keep it at 2 or 3 different variants, I think that's better than having a variant for everything. Modify the Starship itself, give it a large door so that it has a lot of flexibility for all sorts of different payloads and that kind of stuff. But the stumpy Starship you need to develop it, you need to test it, you need to fly it, you need to iterate on it, and so on and so forth. All that eats time. I don't know if that's the best thing to do, but it is hard to answer. But that would be my opinion. I think keeping it as simple as possible is going to make it as fast as possible. We have John Cameron. Thank you so much for the super chat. It is much appreciated. Is Mrs. Felix involved with your Y career? Yes, she is. You wouldn't know. She's grinning at me right there in the off. I have this little monitor where I have I can see Cris, I can see Jonathan, I can see my wife as well. And she's sitting there eating ice cream, by the way, right now, and looking at me. And she is one of the most important parts of the whole team. Every edit that you see. So I do writing together with Cris, by the way, who you've seen several times here now. He writes together with me. Then I record and I do all the research stuff and all this kind of and stupid contract things and all the stuff you don't really want to do, but you have to if you want to operate this. And then comes the part after the recording. That is all my wife. I mean, not all of it, because you have Jordan taking the pictures and you have Elliot making the animations and so on and so forth, but she's the one putting it together. She is the main editor. So every time you see a video, that's my wife. And I couldn't be more proud of her. I don't know how I managed to find her, but she's I don't even know how to put it into words, and I married her, and I'm very happy about it. I'm kind of tearing up right now, so I got to go to the next question. Yes, my wife is a very important part of this team. Trust me. She's in everything you see in What About It. And she'll always be, and I'm very, very proud of her. We have Michael Rotta. Thank you so much for the super chat. Only 2 things stand in Starship's way: the heat shield and safety. Musk has to pursue 0 deaths like he pursues 0 parts. So far, so good with Dragon, but people are dying on the ground in construction. Well, yeah, my thoughts go out to the family. I've seen the news that somebody died at Starbase on Friday, I think. This kind of stuff happens. It's hard every time it does, but it does. If you have a large operation going where there's heavy equipment and there's machinery operated and there are things happening every day. I've been to Starbase many times. It's also dangerous. And my thoughts go out to everybody who does this every day. I've said this many times in videos as well. Our true heroes shouldn't be Elon Musk, in my opinion. He is the guy who started it all. He's the guy, he's the innovator, he's the guy, he's the motivator, he's the driver, and so on and so forth. But he's not the guy standing in the Texan sun every day being baked and eaten by mosquitoes trying to weld together starships. So that, and I've seen it many, many times through the lenses of our photographers and in person as well. The job down at Starbase, especially for the construction teams, is insanely hard. And I appreciate it very much. And I'm pretty sure many here watching the stream right now see it the same way. These guys are heroes. And without them, we wouldn't even see any of this happening. So thank you to anybody and everybody who's working at Starbase doing this every day. It's absolutely amazing. And I totally agree. The biggest problem overall is safety. It should always be safe for everybody, not just the astronauts, but also the people building it. And then there comes the heat shield and the reentry. Yeah, it's all the energy that the booster and the ship put into the ship itself. And you have to get rid of it in the end when you want to land it, because you have to reduce it down to 0 speed again. And that's the difficult part, because you can't take, I've had that question many times. Why don't they just decelerate? Right? You can just fire the engines again and decelerate down to 0. Why do they have to race through the atmosphere at these speeds? It's because if you wouldn't have any payload. You have to have weight left for payload, and if you use fuel to decelerate, it doesn't work. And so you need some magical trick to get rid of all that energy, transfer it into something else, and in that case, heat. And that is the heat shield itself, and that is extremely difficult to manage. And Flight 12 is going to be very important. And I really, really hope that we're going to see Starlink satellites inspecting the heat shield while it is in space. There's a lot of stuff to look forward to on this flight. So here we go. Arakoda 3590. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thanks for answering my SC, Mr. Felix. What is the goal of this flight? The goal of this flight is to drive further the Starship development. You can, of course, separate that into specific goals for this flight. The biggest specific goal for this flight is test version 3. The Starship you're seeing there on the pad is very, very different than any Starship we've seen before. This is the biggest generational jump we've ever seen in the Starship program. Every other Starship had changes from the one before, never as much as this one. This one has so many changes compared to Flight 11, which launched 220 days ago. Including the pad itself, including all the ground support equipment. Everything's been redesigned and reworked and improved and bettered and so on and so forth. So that's the biggest goal, is to test this new architecture. Everything else comes second this time, even the heat shield and things like that. Everything comes second. But how does this rocket, does it reach space? Does it perform all the steps in between? Does everything work? That is the most important part in this flight. And then, of course, the heat shield. In my opinion, still the most important thing to test and get right is the heat shield, as the question before you had it right as well. The heat shield is essential for Starship. If you want to have, Starship is not supposed to be a larger Falcon 9. Starship is supposed to be fully and rapidly reusable. Fully reusable is difficult. That means you bring the second stage, the Starship itself, you bring it back down using a heat shield, and you can refurbish it or whatever and reuse it. We've done that with the Space Shuttle before, for example, X-37B. There are a few other examples. Crew Dragon does it. But then comes the rapid reusability, which makes it insanely hard. Full reuse is extremely hard. Rapid full reuse is insanely hard. It basically means that you catch this Starship, you fuel it, and you fly it again, in that order, in the matter of hours. It's extremely hard to do, and that's what version 3 is supposed to achieve. And that is the biggest goal for version 3, and the biggest goal for Flight 12 is to demonstrate version 3. to show every part working, everything that's been redesigned. That is, and as far as it gets. This is not guaranteed to soft land in the Indian Ocean. It might produce another beautiful debris field, this time next to Jamaica. It might be the case. I don't want to jinx it, but this Starship has so many changes on it that it could well be. This is a radically new design, and so the main goal for Flight 12 is to just demonstrate it working. That is a tough and big goal. Jason All 1518. I'm sorry for butchering the name. Thank you so much for the super chat. With SpaceX and Blue Origin moving leaps and bounds forward and ULA having several Vulcan failures, what's the future for ULA with the two giants of space going so far forward? Yep. It's hard to not make it sound doom and gloom, but I think ULA is at its end. It's tough to say that, but I don't see them recovering much because I don't see any announcements. That's what I would be looking for right now from ULA, would be some sort of announcement in saying we are going to improve Vulcan, because Vulcan's reuse approach with the engines separating and coming down with a heat shield, I never really understood it, and I don't think it's a good idea either. It would need to be a partially reusable rocket, meaning the entire booster would need to be reusable to make it feasible to go forward. The upper stage is brilliant. The Centaur upper stage is great. And NASA is now going to even use it on SLS, which shows you that it is great. It's a beautiful upper stage. But if you want to be competitive in today's spaceflight market, you need at least a reusable first stage. And ULA doesn't have it, and there's no announcement either. So what I'm hoping for with ULA is that they bring out any sort of announcement of, hey, we are working on this and that. Tori Bruno just went to Blue Origin, which was a very important guy at ULA. It's tough for ULA. They are in a tough spot. For any ULA fans out there, this is not a good time. It really isn't. It's tough. It is really tough, especially with all these other companies coming and about to release all sorts of new things like Rocket Lab, Stoke Space, Relativity, and so on and so forth. And there's quite a few more. This market has become very competitive since SpaceX started innovating and created this ravine, basically, this wave of innovation going through the entire market. And ULA hasn't picked that up yet. That is the biggest problem I see with ULA. Vulcan was kind of like a half step into that direction. It is using Blue Origin's BE4 engine, which is great. It's got reduced production costs, but it is not reusable. And that's the problem. It needs to have a reusable first stage to be competitive. And that's a problem. I hate it because I was always a huge fan of ULA. I still miss Delta IV Heavy, the most metal rocket ever. It's just great, but it's from back in the days. We have Dab5395. Thank you so much for the super chat. Why love everything you guys send out every week, Chris. Of all the models on the shelves behind you, Felix or Chris. No, Chris. Chris has way more models than I do. Which one is your favorite and why? So Chris, come on screen. It's a question for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It was also really a hell of a lot of fun to build this because it's literally made from pieces. It's made by oh, okay.
Titan C3.
It's a Titan C3, and I just love how it looks, and I loved building it. And it's by a French 3D model maker, which you can download the stuff from for free, and it was just amazing. I just don't know what the guy's name is. I would have loved to plug this.
If you want to put a link in the chat. If you want
I can actually look this up because.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing he has like 20 models out there, super nicely made, and they're also really nice to make because he makes them so that they can actually snap together. You don't really need to use glue on most of the models. It's amazing. It's also a perfect way to learn more about rockets, building them, literally.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is, absolutely. Because you spend time looking at the details, and especially if you're doing it like you, not just printing, like I'm lame in that regard. I've got like 5 different rockets, and like I've got 50 models, but 45 of them are Starship. I have a few interesting pieces though. I don't just have starships, but I've for everybody else. Last time we streamed a starship launch, which ended crazy because YouTube decided to completely shut our channel down. AI-driven decision, by the way. Love AI. I love you. If you're watching right now, please don't do it again. And so I went into his studio. I was in Germany and I was streaming together with Cris in his house, and it was such a pleasure to be there, Cris, again. And I had time to look at all these rockets, and it's just nuts. It's amazing. So yeah, I love your rocket models. They're really, really cool.
That's
Keep
kind of an
printing.
addiction, but a good one.
Keep printing. It's worth
I
it.
will.
So Titan C3, 3C, 3C, C3, C3,
3C.
3C. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We have George Gailatian. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat. The first time I saw them catch the booster with Mechazilla, the first thought that came to my mind was, this is a civilization-altering event. Exactly. That's my opinion as well. I know it sometimes sounds crazy, and how can he possibly know this, and yada yada. But if this works out, that's exactly what it is. It is the shift from us sitting in front of a campfire to us having a steam machine for spaceflight. That's how big that change is. It's that good old thing, that the good old comparison that Elon Musk often gives out with the plane. I know plenty of you've probably heard it, but I'm going to still say it again. The difference between a traditional rocket that you throw away and a fully reusable Starship is this. Imagine you want to fly from the United States to Europe. And so you go to the airport and you book your plane ticket and you get on the plane and with like 250 other passengers, and you fly to Europe, and over your destination, you get handed a parachute and you jump out the door, and the plane it continues in a bow-shaped motion into the ocean. What would the flight cost if the plane was single use for 250 people? An airliner is $150 million. They're insanely expensive. And so your flight ticket would be insanely expensive. And the only reason why it is not is because the plane lands, you get out, the plane gets refueled, restocked, and gets new passengers and flies again. That is the difference between your ticket costing $2 million and it being so dirt cheap that you're wondering how they're even paying for the fuel, $500. And I bet you everyone's had that moment before when you book a plane ticket and you're like, how do they even do this with that little amount of money? How do they get me from here to there for $500? It's reuse. That's the only reason why it is that cheap. That's literally the difference between you cannot ever pay for it in your entire life for one flight and you casually using it as if it was nothing. That is the difference. And that is Starship. That is the difference between Starship and any other rocket. That is that jump to full and rapid reuse. That's the difference. That is literally it makes all the difference. Just that little aspect of full and rapid reuse makes all the difference, but at the same time, it is insanely hard to do as an engineer. Anybody who's working on Starship will tell you that they have sleepless nights over this because it is really hard to achieve. The booster is a masterpiece on its own. Being able to reuse a booster, it cannot be understated. It is incredible that they managed to do this. But the upper stage is exponentially harder because it has so much energy and you have no energy to spend to slow it down again. So you have to make it withstand that reentry heat, and that's the problem. It is really, really hard. So yeah, civilization-altering event. That's what I would call it as well. Because it is not a tourist flight to Europe. It is our access to space that changes that radical. $500 to $2 million. It is huge. And we don't, like every time somebody asks you, but what are we even going to send up there? Don't even bother with that question. There's going to be so many ideas are going to be spawned by the fact that it gets so much cheaper. There's going to be so much payload. SpaceX is not going to be able to build that many Starships. So we have Rainer Buchse. Sounds very German. I hope it is. Thank you so much for the super chat. Too thrilled to ask an intelligent question, seeing sci-fi becoming reality. Wow, thanks. I think we can leave it at that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for supporting us, and just enjoy the show. It's incredible. I'm really crossing my fingers for Flight 12, for Ship 39 and Booster 19. If this works out, it's nuts. It's going to be very, very important for SpaceX going forward. So thanks for enjoying this together with us, and thanks for supporting the team. We have Ted Fine. Thank you so much. Ted Fine 7552. Thank you so much for your super chat. How many possible launches could there be this year if everything went perfect? Yeah, that's a discussion I had yesterday evening. I think, let's just say hypothetically today is Starship heaven, right? The thing just launches, does everything perfectly. The booster soft lands in the Gulf and the ship soft lands in the Indian Ocean, and everybody claps and everything's great. I do think we can expect another 10 launches this year. I know that sounds wild, because here my wife is going, oh no, because we haven't seen that many launches in recent months and years. It's always been a struggle for SpaceX, but version 3 is that pivotal point. I know this might sound strange, but if this works out, it is that pivotal point for the Starship program. It's got all the updates. It's got all the capabilities. It is way more capable than the version 2 Starships. It's got that reuse on the horizon and in focus. And if it works out, and if they don't have to improve largely on this V3 Starship because they are on the right track, this will accelerate it a lot. 10 launches this year means 50 launches next year. I know this sounds crazy, but that's my estimate right now. And I'll laugh if I'm proven wrong, really. If this works out, we are going to see way more Starship launches going forward. And then at 2 locations, at 3 locations, with 4 pads, with 5 pads, with them starting their transporting, with them going to Pecan Island to start building an even larger starbase. There are so many things in the future after this launch. If this works out, we're going to be in for a heck of a ride, because SpaceX is sitting there and they can't wait. I've talked to many behind the scenes. The nice thing about having a large channel about all this is that people start contacting you because you kind of get important. You're an influencer and people listen to you. So important people approach me. And the nice thing about that is that some of these important people are actively working on Starships, and without me wanting to spill the beans, because I can't and I won't. There's one thing I can say. All of the people I've ever talked to that work actively on Starship, they cannot wait to put the pedal to the metal. They are waiting for that Starship version that is just working and them blasting it out as much as they can. They are going to stack these things on top of each other if they can, to revolver launch them. That's how eager they are to proceed with this. So if version 3 works out, they are going to rapidly accelerate this. That's the plan. So fingers crossed. We have Bob Dylan Lover 210. Thank you so much for the super chat. Handsome nickname. Long term, if we have 10K plus ships in the fleet, you think we'll send cargo ships to Mars outside of Hohmann transfer? Would allow constant resupply. Yes. I don't think it's going to be starships outside of the Hohmann transfer, but I do think it's going to be nuclear propulsion outside the Hohmann transfer. I think starships are just not it's just not possible with starships to feasibly do this. But nuclear propulsion is going to open that door. And yes, the nice thing about starships is that they're mass produced in the end, right? And that makes them cheap. So whenever somebody says, oh, SpaceX, and then they want to go to the moon and they want to go to Mars, how are they even going to finance this? The funny thing is that this is way cheaper than what, for example, NASA does. Curiosity, landing, or Perseverance, or all the rovers before them were insanely expensive. A James Webb Space Telescope, insanely expensive. A mass-produced Starship, not so much. And putting some legs on it so that it can land on Mars, when it's already re-entering Earth's atmosphere, it can also re-enter Mars atmosphere, and then you just strap some legs on it that can land it, and then you have a reasonably cheap way of sending something to Mars. And as soon as SpaceX has that, they're going to start doing that. So even though they announced that they are first going to build a base on the moon, they have never announced that they're dropping Mars. They have just said that this is going to, Musk even said that this might not even delay it, because it is going to enable them to develop the technology needed for Mars quicker. Because the moon is closer, and it makes iteration process way faster than having the opportunity to iterate every 1.5 years. That's what Mars means. You even if you have your ideas quicker, you can only test them every 1.5 years. On the moon, you can test every other week. So that makes iteration processes quicker. That makes gaining the know-how quicker, and that might actually enable us to reach Mars feasibly quicker. But the costs are going to be down if it's mass manufactured, and so I think they're going to do all sorts of shenanigans. I mean, they are the people that already sent Elon Musk's Roadster around Mars. I would be very surprised if they wouldn't find plenty cool use cases before actually building something on Mars to just send things to Mars, you know? If you can land it on Earth, you can land it on Mars, basically. There's not a big difference there. And for a payload that doesn't live, like Optimus's or a ton of little rovers, anything, you could send all sorts of stuff to Mars to make a big fuzz about it as well. Because if a Starship lands on Mars and deploys 500 rovers, that is pretty good PR. And I'm pretty sure SpaceX is going to come up with all sorts of stuff. So we're in for a very interesting ride if version 3 works. That is very, very important. Okay, for anybody who has just joined, we're at 16,000 people watching the Y live stream. Thank you so much from the entire team. What we are here for today is to watch SpaceX hopefully launch Starship Flight 12. Ship 39 is on top, Booster 19 is on the bottom. A radically different design compared to what SpaceX has launched before. This is almost a clean sheet redesign. So this is, even if it looks about the same, it is vastly different from what we've seen launched so far. Right now, we're waiting for SpaceX to do the fueling go, no-go decision, which should be in 15 minutes from now. At that point, SpaceX is going to announce this. 5 minutes later, they're going to come online with their own stream. Then we're going to get some information and so on and so forth. And then SpaceX is going to proceed to the T-0, which you see up there. And then hopefully, if the weather plays well, because the weather is the biggest question mark right now, they're going to ignite the Starship and it's going to send it onto a whole cascade of events. That's the best way to describe this. The booster is going to soft land in the Gulf. The Starship is supposed to reach the Indian Ocean, so there's not that big of a change, but everything in between is. The booster is more powerful, has more propellant. Hot staging is completely different now because we have an integrated hot staging ring, and the booster never stops thrusting. It keeps pushing the Starship while the Starship is igniting its engines, flying away from the booster. It's going to be incredible to see. We're going to have 22 Starlink satellites separating from the payload door, and the last 2 of them are going to have cameras on board. That means hopefully we'll see live footage of those Starlink satellites coming out of that payload door, filming the Starship as they drift away. The Starship will turn around, present its heat shield to those satellites for inspection. We're going to have an engine relight in space. We're going to have a different profile for the Starship to return through the atmosphere. This is the most complete heat shield that SpaceX has ever sent up with a Starship, because now they really want to see if it does it without damage. Because if it does, the plan is on Flight 13 for them to catch the upper stage, which is a mind blower on its own. So this is a very, very important flight. Stay tuned with us. You're not going to regret it. And keep your fingers crossed that the weather is clearing up. And while you keep your fingers crossed, the best thing you can do for us is to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, become a patron if you want to, or a channel member. We have tons of extras for you. If you become a channel member right now, you get access to, I think, 20,000 pictures at once, and you can go through them, and it'll be more than one night you'll need for that. So it's absolutely worth it. It's for a spaceflight fan. Being a Y member is heaven. It honestly is. If I wasn't running this channel, I'd be a member. Enough said of that. Thank you so much for watching this together with us, and we'll present this to you as best as we can. And right now, I'm trying to answer as many questions as I can, because it is absolutely overwhelming how much support we're getting from the community right now. Thank you so much for all these super chats, and I'm trying to speed talk a little further here. Okay, so that was what's happening today. Yeah, a lot of stuff is happening today. Next up, let me get the chat back in. So what are the odds of the flight happening today? 50-50. It's 50-50. We'll see. It's the weather. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, everything I've heard is that the weather is getting better. My wife is laughing again. So that the 50-50, so that the weather is getting better, and we'll keep our fingers crossed. So we have Adam leveling up. Adam leveling up. Thank you so much for leveling up the Y team, for your super chat. Everything SpaceX is doing makes me want to go to school for aerospace engineering. Go to school for aerospace engineering. You have a future. Aerospace engineering, there is so much talk right now about AI taking over all sorts of stuff. The space industry is booming. So if you want to have a future-proof job, the space industry, thanks to SpaceX and tons of other companies right now massively improving this, there are going to be a lot of jobs created in the space industry. So this might not be the worst thing to do. It really might not. Xander Thompson, thank you so much for your super chat. It's way past bedtime here in South Africa. That's what I meant earlier. It's let me just in South Africa, and I have to get up in about 6 hours, but excited to watch the launch with you guys. Love your videos. I watch you all the time. At what time do they start loading propellant? So propellant load should be 10 minutes away right now. So we're close. Stay awake. Stay with us. And South Africa is another testament for this spaceflight community is all over the planet, and it makes it so amazing for me to know that there are that the Y community and the wider field of spaceflight fans is literally from all over this planet, and everybody can't wait for us to access space, and it's absolutely amazing. So thank you all so much for tuning in and for watching this together with us. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, South Africa. We have Ender H7281. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for everything you guys are doing. This goes to the entire team, I'm very sure. Everybody's smiling in the background. We can't wait for SpaceX to launch the rocket. Thanks for watching with us. Caspar Hauser Official, thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you for your amazing work. We all love SpaceX, but I hope for some more news from Rocket Lab and the rest of the space industry in your future episodes. Viele Grüße aus Frankfurt am Main. So the guy is from Germany, from my home. Actually, I was born, I grew up and was born half an hour away from Frankfurt. I'm not from Franken, but I'm not a Hesse either. That's where Frankfurt is. But or is it? I think it is, right? I'm from Rheinland-Pfalz. That's where I grew up, and I was born in the Rhineland, and that's where I spent the latter half of my life in Germany. But yeah, we have Rocket Lab and Stoke Space and Relativity Space and NASA and Axiom and Vast and so many other companies on every episode, and there's a reason for it. SpaceX has ignited this wave of innovation in the spaceflight industry because they demonstrated to the world that so much more is possible, that we don't have to keep building. Okay, so SpaceX is shifting their launch window. Did everybody hear this just now, or was this just my wife talking into my ear? Okay, so nobody heard it. My wife just gave me the information that SpaceX has shifted their go live with the stream by half an hour, meaning they are progressing into the launch window right now, probably just because they want to check on the weather, because it is not optimal, as I said, but they want to see how this develops. And so they're going to be live half an hour later, meaning they're not going to be live in 15 minutes what they planned, but in 45 instead. So we have some more time to answer some questions, which is great. Fingers crossed on the weather. So yeah, absolutely. Rocket Lab and everybody else, they're very, very important. And I'm super happy that this innovation wave is going to the spaceflight industry, because that's exactly what it needed. We were kind of, before SpaceX, we were kind of stuck in contracts that were just there to bring money into some. I'm not the biggest fan of what happened, but it's changing now, and I'm very happy about that. So yes, kudos to all the companies, not just SpaceX. They're all innovating, and they're all doing an amazing job at that, especially Rocket Lab with Neutron, and everybody else. Really, it's absolutely amazing. Lok Bogdan, thank you so much for your super chat. Watching from Romania, 7 hours until I have to go to work, and I hope to be able to stay awake for this launch. Thank you for the awesome content. Keep up the good work. I'm smiling because I was before, like 4 years ago, I moved to the United States. So the first few Starship launches, I streamed them from Europe. And I know exactly what it's like to sit there at 1 in the morning waiting for SpaceX to light the candle. Stay tough. Stay with us. It is absolutely worth it, especially on this one. It is so going to be worth watching it. And I really, really hope that we're soon going to get the news if they launch today or not, so that you Europeans and everybody else in South Africa and wherever you're watching from, where it's late or early in the morning even, that you get the news if it's worth it to stay or not. I do know what you're in right now. Get yourself a coffee. Get yourself maybe not the favorite blanket and pillow, because that'll accelerate you drifting away. So stay with us. And we're half an hour away from SpaceX making a decision, probably. I think that's the reason why they're pushing it right now. They have 1.5 hours time window for the launch, meaning there is not going to be a recycle today. Whatever anybody might have told you, SpaceX is not going to be able to recycle this today. If they do not launch in, let's say, latest an hour, we're not going to see a launch, likely, I think. 6 p.m. So my wife just told me 6 p.m. Central Time for liftoff is what they're tracking right now, which would be in 1.5 hours. So that fits with them going live with their stream in about 40 minutes or so. That would be the timeline currently. But it doesn't look like they are hitting problems. It looks way more like they're looking at the weather as everybody else is. Just let me look at the weather real quick here. Just 1 second. I want to take a look if there's any development here. Still looks the same. There don't seem to be any showers in the direct vicinity of the pad right now, but it might just be that they have too much cloud coverage still. Anvil clouds, upper shear winds, all sorts of stuff go into launch weather estimations, and so fingers crossed, that's all we can do. The weather isn't perfect today, that's for sure. Okay, so we have Dwight Perkins, 175. Thank you so much for your super chat. Your wife is the one with the sense of humor. I have picked up on that. For instance, the movie references and drop in the clips and funny little characters. You are so blessed with a help meet like her. Yes, absolutely. I like I said, I'm sometimes pinching myself that I was actually able to find her. I married late. I married her when I was 32 years old, and before I met her, I kid you not, I was thinking there is no wife for me. I'm this kind of strange rocket nerd, like, nah, I'm never going to find anybody that really fits me. And then she came along, and yeah, the rest is kind of history. I love her very much, and she is, like, for everybody who hasn't heard this yet, my wife is an essential part on this team, even though you always just see me on the videos, of course, because I'm the guy in front of the camera. But it's not just my wife either. There are so many important people on this team. There really are. And it's not just me. It's not a one-man show. There are so many people helping me do this every day, pouring countless hours of work into it. We have Jordan and Amy and Richard and Robert right now out at several locations at Starbase covering this for us. We have Jonathan in the background managing the entire tech, and there is more tech than you can imagine running all this, needed to run all this. We have Cris helping me with research and writing and hosting live streams. We have, and everybody I'm missing as well. We have Heather, that is the assistant on the team. You wouldn't imagine how important a good assistant is to run this whole operation. It's amazing, and I'm thankful for every one of them, not just my wife, but yes, Steffi, my wife is absolutely amazing. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. It would not be possible for me to do this without her. And yes, she has a great sense of humor. She definitely does. And there you go. Everybody's saying that Germans don't have a sense of humor. She definitely does. Valicane 604. That's the sense of humor that I meant. All right. Okay, so here we are again. I'm slightly more red than I was before, and I'm going to just continue as nothing happened. Okay. Now you completely, like she completely got me out of it. Valicane 604. Thank you so much for your super chat. Any chance I see Starship in flight from Rotan, an island off the coast of Honduras? I do not know. I do not know. The flight path is between north of Yucatan, so north of the Mexican peninsula, so south of Jamaica, is going to pass through this narrow strait of ocean that is there. But I cannot tell you if you will be able to see it from Honduras. I think so. You might be able to. But I'm not positively sure. Keep a lookout. If you can, it's absolutely going to be worth it. John Winkopp from our team, one of the incredibly helpful people on our team. He's one of our 2 photographers here at the Cape. But he's covering everything that he can get in front of his lens, basically. He's been out at the Keys, in the Florida Keys, to watch starships fly by, and every time he did, he said it's absolutely amazing. So if you can see the starship fly by, you should. But I cannot for sure tell you if you're going to be able to see it in Honduras. I honestly don't know. I'm sorry, but if you can, you should. ZZ Blob, thank you so much for your super chat from New Zealand. From New Zealand. Excited with you to watch this thing go flaming through the sky. Just wanted to say that Gwynne Shotwell is SpaceX, not Musk. She gets far too little public kudos. I 100% agree. Gwynne Shotwell is the person in the background managing all the tough projects, putting so much sheer willpower into forcing these projects into a good direction. It must be insanely hard what she's doing, and it's incredible to see that she's been with SpaceX since the beginning. She's been with SpaceX since Falcon 1. So she's not dropped in later, when everything was already built and she just took over. No, that woman's been around since the beginning, and it's absolutely amazing. Kudos to Gwynne Shotwell. I totally agree. Totally agree. The woman is amazing. And Martin Palmer 6054, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi, Felix and team. Thank you so much for the hard work put into this great channel. How do you rate the chances of a fully successful test today? 100%. Easy. Maybe even 110. I have no clue. I know that this is a vastly improved rocket. I have analyzed it back and forth, every component, everything that I could get my hands on, and everything looks very sound and very much better than before, and very much into a direction that I couldn't have done this better. Of course not, because I'm not a rocket engineer, but everything the entire team has analyzed looks very sound. But that's all I can tell you. We have not seen it fly. So I hope that the thing is just going to do exactly what it's supposed to, because I want SpaceX to be able to continue. The problem is that there is kind of a blockage right now with the Starship program. And it is a necessary blockage. It isn't even SpaceX doing things wrong or something. It's just that they have to push through this incredibly hard wall of having something mass producible, reusable, working. It's just hard to reach that spot in which you can actually start mass producing it and regularly using it. And that is version 3. So if it works out, it is going to change everything for the Starship program. But at the same time, it's impossible to say if it will. I'm sure there is no one more qualified to make this happen than the whole crew that worked on this. So my fingers are crossed, but it's impossible to say, to even give a percentage. I do have a good feeling. That's the best I can give you. I have a solid good feeling. My gut feeling is positive and warm and tinkling. But that's all I can give you. Literally all I can give you. I don't know, and there are a lot of changes on this prototype. A lot of changes. Mark Kolzak, thank you so much for your super chat. It would be smart to design the upper stage Starship as interchangeable module carrier. Haha. where you just plug in required modules depending on the task. That is an episode that I produced 6 years ago, and I still stand by it. I called it the Swiss knife Starship. I think that would be an excellent idea. Having a docking system, basically, an adapter system. You have the tank section plus engine section, you have the payload section, and you have the nose cone section, and you can interchange those however you need it. I am a huge fan of the idea, but I am not a rocket engineer. So it would need a feasibility study, but it is a lovely theory. Let's just say that. Yes, and I've been chasing that idea for a long time, and I would be the biggest fan if SpaceX would actually start producing it. I see a few problems with it. The heat shield becomes more complex to build if you have several modules that you stack your Starship together with, and so on and so forth. There are a few things in there that make it harder, but it would be lovely to see them experiment with it. Absolutely, I'm totally on your side. The Swiss knife Starship. If there is anybody at SpaceX watching this right now, please talk to your boss. I want to see you experiment with this. It would be amazing. I also think it would be it's a good idea. It just needs a feasibility study. I have no clue if this is buildable, if this is actually feasible, if it would make things easier, but it is such a nice thought. So I totally agree. Thank you for bringing this up. WT Dorlac, thank you so much for your super chat. It is so much appreciated. This is literally what keeps us going. So thank you so much. Do you think the moon timeline is still realistic with Starship refueling and orbital fuel transfer still unproven? This is the only channel I trust for SpaceX news. Thank you. Your coverage is consistently accurate, informed, and far ahead of everyone else. So there's a lot of praise in there. Thank you so much. I'm blushing. There are some others out there that you can trust, but I'll take the compliment for the entire team. Thank you so much. It largely depends on this flight. This flight is very, very, very important for SpaceX. This is the blockage. If Starship version 3 does what it's supposed to do, all the milestones after it will compress. The timeline will accelerate. You will see them not just focus on testing on the ground and in suborbital trajectories, but actually in orbit. The research work is going to transfer to the next step, which is really needed to achieve all of the milestones you named. But there's one thing I will say. I do think that many people overrate the fact that something hasn't been done yet being a blockage. I don't think so. I hear this many times. I also hear it with Blue Origin, like the good old classic, but they haven't been to orbit yet. You hear it with Starship as well, but they haven't gone to orbit yet. It's not that important. And I think that's the same with orbital refueling. Everybody always keeps saying it hasn't been done yet. Yes, but we know all the technology. We know how it would be possible. We know how to do this in principle. So this isn't an impossible thing, even though it hasn't been done yet. And as soon as it has been done, it's just common. And that's always the same. Like as soon as they've landed something, you don't even talk about it anymore. Yeah, we've been doing this for the last 100 years. So that's this phenomenon of something not having happened yet at all. And then that changing with it having happened the first time, and then it's completely common. So don't put too much into that not having been done yet ever before as that being a huge hurdle. The hurdle is to get the technology right, not that it hasn't been done yet. And I think the more important and more difficult part to solve is the Starship and not the refueling process. Once you have a working Starship, I think refueling in orbit is just going to be one extra on top. I don't think it's going to be... I had the same thing before SpaceX caught a super heavy booster. I was the guy saying, yeah, don't worry about that, because they're landing Falcon 9 boosters. And I got a lot of flack for that from people saying, yeah, but this isn't the same thing. The booster is way bigger. It's a radically different design and so on and so forth. Yeah, but they had all the technology. They had all the knowledge needed to make it happen. And so they did. And I think the same is the case with orbital refueling. I think they'll just make it happen. I'm pretty confident, especially if Flight 12 happens without any big problems. I think orbital refueling can still happen this year. That's how close we are to it. Everything else is already in place. It's just that the damn Starship needs to work. That's the biggest problem. And that's why they've produced version 3. That radical redesign is taking all the information that they collected before to make it even better. And that's exactly what's needed right now to make it even better. So let's hope they can do that. Okay, so we have Culinary Diver. Thank you so much for your super chat. Love your content. I just built my first model rocket. Could satellite re-entry pollution pose a real ozone risk, or is it mostly theoretical? So I know there's going to be a crazy storm in the chat soon of me saying, repeating Chinese propaganda, but I do think, yes, it could be a problem because things re-entering hasn't been a common thing up to now. There is stuff re-entering the atmosphere, but it's not that much and it's rare and it doesn't happen too often and so on and so forth. As soon as you're talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and eventually millions of satellites, it absolutely does become a problem. Yes, we'll have to investigate. That's all we can do. Whenever we change something that hasn't been there before, we're manipulating the system that we live in, which is the planet Earth, and the upper atmosphere is part of this. Yes. And as soon as we start re-entering so much stuff, it is going to have an effect. No matter if you believe in it or not, it is there and the effect is going to be measurable. The question is just if it's going to be bad or not. We'll have to investigate. I've seen studies about it, but there isn't much reliable data. Aluminum being set free in the atmosphere, I've heard, and a few other things like ozone. We'll have to investigate. But what I'm confident in is that as soon as we find out that it is terrible, we're going to start changing our habits. We often do. Humanity isn't as stupid as some try to make it seem. We're not as intelligent as we should be either, but we're not completely stupid. We've done a few things like what's that called in English? FCKW. The gases that you had in your hairspray. What is it called in Fluorchlorkohlenwasserstoffe? CFK? You probably know what I'm talking about. The gases that are in hairspray and that were in refrigerators. CFCs. There you go. CFCs. I got it. Thank you. That's the German in me. I know all the German words, but sometimes the US hydrogens, CFCs. All right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. You can stop that stuff. We managed it. We found out it was really terrible, and we couldn't continue, and we managed to solve it. And we've done that with many other things as well. We're having projects to clean up the oceans because we've realized that a lot of plastic in the ocean is bad. And so we're forming the first grassroots systems to solve this. Shout out to Ocean Cleanup. I'm actually a donor every month for them, and so on and so forth. So if we are aware of a problem, we can fix it. As simple as it is. And as soon as there is enough incentive to fix it, we will. Like cancer on your skin, right? The Australians were really not happy with it. And so we started solving the problem. As soon as the incentive is big enough, we're solving the problem. We're not stupid. We're not that stupid. But the question is always, when is the incentive big enough for us to fix the problem? Because we're also really good at ignoring problems if the incentive isn't big enough yet. So we'll see where it goes. But yeah, as soon as it... Cameras? What? Oh yes. Yeah, my wife is talking to me in the background. Yes, that's. She said they're already ramping up initiatives to investigate these phenomena. Cameras, measurements, mathematical models, and so on and so forth. And so what I want to say is that we're smart enough to solve these things. Give humanity a little credit to actually do it if it actually becomes a big problem. I think we are going to solve these things. And just saying one big problem with environmentalism, I know I'm going to get more flack for it, but I am an environmentalist. I love protecting the planet, but it shouldn't be something that stops us. It should be something that makes us smarter and not stop us. I am not an environmentalist who's sitting on the highway stopping cars, because that's stupid, in my opinion. It's just the way it is. But there are some very smart ways of being an environmentalist, and I'm 100% pro that. We should not destroy our planet for a little bit of glory. That would be kind of stupid because there isn't another Earth. But that being said, like I said, let's be smart about it. There are a lot of smart people out there, and I'm confident that we are able to solve these things once they become a problem. That was a long answer, but it was a good question and irrelevant too. So we have Rob Tanzola 9069. Thank you so much for your super chat. And this is a short one. He says thanks, and I say thank you as well. Thank you so much. For everybody who's just joined, we're at 18,000 people now, which is a mind-boggling amount of people. And every time I close my eyes and I imagine that there's 18,000 people watching me right now, I become a little smaller. So thank you so much for joining us. If you've got the time, like the stream. It is actually very important for us. Become a subscriber if you haven't become so yet. Consider becoming a patron or a channel member, even if it's just for $1 a month. It helps us hugely. Buy yourself a t-shirt on our merch store. Anything you can do to help this crazy bunch of people making videos about crazy rockets is much appreciated. And thank you so much for joining us today. And we are here to watch SpaceX launch Flight 12, Starship Flight 12, with a completely redesigned Starship and pad. That's all there is to be said about this. Every major piece of this rocket isn't what they launched before, and so this is going to be very, very exciting. So stay tuned with us. We're hitting the 20,000 people watching right now, and I'm sure there aren't 20,000 likes on the live stream. So if you're hearing this, click the like button. Take out your phone if you're watching this on the TV and click the like button. It is very important for us. Thank you so much. All right, and I am answering as many questions as I can right now. So if you post #question into the chat, and you put your question behind it, I'll try to answer it. And if you combine it with a super chat, we are preferring those before all the others, because the people that give money are even closer to our heart, because it makes our operation possible. So if you want to be bumped up in that line of questions, a super chat does help. Thank you so much for watching this with us. It is much appreciated. Then we have Kirby Winters. Thank you so much for your super chat. How much importance should we give to the new tower launch for the first time? I don't know what you mean. If you just mean how important is the tower itself in this launch today, it is very important, and it has quite a few very important changes to it as well. Everything you see supporting this launch has been redesigned. The tank farm, the pad, the tower, the SQD arm that is hooking up to that ship, the chopsticks. Look at how tiny they are now. On pad 1, they were almost double the length. All of these are changes. All of these are systems that are different now than they were on the first pad that SpaceX has exclusively used up until now. Everything's different. The deluge system that you will see fire up just before the launch starts, spilling huge amounts of water into the sky. If you're a Y fan from back in the early days, you will remember me calling pad 1 a water tower. That was because I was genuinely convinced that this couldn't be a pad, because even before SpaceX started building this rocket, I knew quite a bit about rockets. And so when I saw them build that first pad, I was like, this cannot be a pad. This makes no sense. This has omnidirectional exhaust spewing out into every direction. It doesn't even have a deluge system under it. They want to fire a super heavy booster onto solid concrete, and so on and so forth. So there were so many question marks with that first pad. And all of that is being renovated right now on pad 1. They're refurbishing the entire thing. And so this pad 2 is, in my opinion, what they should have built in the beginning. So I just got the info from Cris. I don't know if you heard him on the stream, that the timeline has been pushed by another 30 minutes. So right now we're approaching the end of today's launch window. They could still push by another 30 minutes, I think. It's 1.5 hours, and they've been pushing by an hour so far. And I do think, seeing everything we see there on our cameras, that the one reason why they're doing this is the weather, because everything else looks absolutely nominal. The tank farm is spooled up, all the systems look nominal. We've seen this a few times now with Starship, with wet dress rehearsals, with static fires. What this pad looks like when it's operational, that's exactly what it should look like. So I don't see any problems here. And so that is likely the weather. SpaceX pushing it further out. So right now we're looking at 1 hour. Is this already changed? 1 hour and 32? until liftoff. No, so this is already changed. Keep your eyes focused on that T minus clock. That should be accurate as to what SpaceX when SpaceX is aiming for right now. The most important moment in that is not for us right now is not T minus 1 hour and 32 away. It's actually way less away than that. T minus 50 minutes. SpaceX does the go no go decision for starting the fueling process of the rocket, but of course for that they need to have the weather checking out, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're looking at right now. And the good thing about this is that weather down at Starbase, it tends to get better the further the evening progresses. So it tends to clear up the sky and have less showers and less cloud coverage and so on and so forth. The wind isn't the problem, it's precipitation and it's clouds and everything in the area right now. I've looked at a weather report and it's not changing so far. I have a weather radar here on the side watching this while I'm answering questions, and it looks exactly the same as it did 3 hours ago. Fingers crossed. The only thing we can do is wait here right now and see how this is progressing, but we have another half-hour push. So, yeah, I hope this answered your question about the tower launch. Every part in this is very, very important. Every part in this infrastructure is very important. We have Frank Moso Z5C. Thank you so much for your super chat. This is very, very much appreciated. Keep up the great work. I really enjoy watching. That is a short one. Thank you so much. I very much enjoy making every single video, and everybody else on the team is as well. Every time I sit down to record the next episode, I have a smile on my face because, yeah, not just is it incredible what SpaceX is doing from a personal experience, it is absolutely nuts what has happened here in the past 7 years with What About It and with me. Like, before I uploaded that first video, I was this exact same way as everybody else watching the stream right now. I was just the guy looking on YouTube for videos about spaceflight and information and what is happening. And at some point I uploaded that first video and it changed everything. So thank you so much for changing everybody's life on the team. Every time you watch an episode, every time you like an episode, every time you become a subscriber or send a super chat, you're literally changing the life of everybody on the team. So thank you so much for doing that. You couldn't give us a better present. Thank you. I could. My wife says I should talk about the venting. The venting it has become more, meaning they are progressing. Everything's sped up. Everything's pre-chilled at this point. You can see that the pre-condensers haven't spun up yet, but that is something that normally happens like 10 minutes before they start fueling, as I recall. I could be wrong here, but I'm going to be corrected by everybody on the chat if this is wrong. I do think that the recondensers and the vaporizers spool up like 10 minutes before they start fueling, and that hasn't happened yet, but everything else is in full blow. We have a tower vent spewing out at this point. When it starts raining fuel out, not just you don't just see a vapor cloud floating away at that tower vent right there. You see a little bit of it also sinking down. That is because it's that vent is so saturated at that point that it's basically spewing out cryo liquid. It's not just spewing out vapor, it's spewing out so much that it's actually liquid spewing out of that vent. And you can tell by it sinking down like that. And that means the whole system is completely spooled up right now. So this could very well be, and that's probably SpaceX's plan as well. If the weather doesn't improve, this is just going to be their wet dress rehearsal. They tried to do another wet dress rehearsal yesterday, but they had to cut it half. So this wasn't an abort that you saw yesterday. Very, very likely was an abort because of weather. Because the weather was miserable. There were rain showers going through while they tried to do their wet dress rehearsal. And so they cut it short. And I do think to know that because in the end they did a deluge test. So that wasn't just them aborting the wet dress rehearsal, that was them cutting it short. And so if they don't end up launching the rocket today, they're just going to use this as a wet dress rehearsal, which is perfect because then you've tested all the systems, you're going to fuel the rocket and then detank it again and then try again tomorrow, which of course I don't hope is going to happen, but we'll have to wait and see. The weather is very unpredictable. So that's what's happening. So we have Bill Anderson 1389. Thank you so much for your super chat. Are any expandable ship variants being considered to loft really heavy Sea Dragon scale payloads? No. And it's a good thing. I'm a huge fan of Sea Dragon, but it doesn't make any sense. The added aspect of full reusability makes all the difference. I said it earlier as well with the difference between I don't know if you've had already been watching with the airline flight. The difference between the plane not being reusable and the plane being fully and rapidly reusable is $1 million for the ticket or $500. That is the difference. And that's the same with rockets. The difference is $50 million for an astronaut to go to the ISS or $5,000 for an astronaut to go to the ISS. And at that point, it doesn't make sense to make anything non-reusable. So I don't think that there are any plans to ever use a Starship non-reusable. Nope. And it doesn't make much sense either. In the end, I hope they're going to make it even larger. There's a version 4 that is being actively discussed by SpaceX, which would be even crazier. And so at some point, they might even ramp up the diameter from 9 meters, which currently the almost the entire rocket stack is 9 meters in diameter. Maybe they'll ramp that up to 12 or 15 or something even crazier. But making it, once you can make it fully reusable, it doesn't make any sense to not reuse it. We're exiting that era of where it was completely normal to not reuse a rocket to it being completely crazy to not reuse a rocket. Imagine you would step into your car, drive to the supermarket, and then leave your car there and use another one to come back home. And you'd never touch those cars again because you can't reuse them. Imagine how expensive it would be to drive to the supermarket. Even if you take a dirt cheap car, we're talking $10,000 to go to the supermarket. And that's the same with rockets. Keep that in mind. Full reusability is the holy grail of rocketry. It would be a breakthrough, not just a small change. It's a huge difference. WT Dorlac, thank you so much for your super chat. Great job, Felix and team. Thank you so much. The entire team is smiling. Thank you so much for giving us some pocket money. It's much appreciated. Douglas J. Mark, thank you so much for your super chat. Just saying hi, Felix, and to all your community as well. Lots of love to you and Starship from Toronto. Thank you so much for watching up there. I hope the weather is good and that you're enjoying the evening. And I really, really hope that SpaceX is going to launch. Yes? I can. Ho, 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 ho. Okay, so we're like I've said it a few times before doing this live stream. Thank you so much for funding a few crazy people making videos doing crazy stuff. One crazy thing is that Jordan is our helicopter photographer. Very often, if you become a supporter of the channel, you'll see this in all the galleries that he's putting out. We're flying regularly above Starbase in a helicopter. And the company enabling us to do that was, up until a short while ago, called Redline Helicopter Tours, and they've been rebranded to SPI Helicopters. And there's a website called spihelicopters.com. And if you tell them that you're booking through me, that you heard about them through me, you're even getting a special deal. And it is the craziest thing you can imagine. I have been flying out there with a helicopter. I think 3 times now I've been lucky enough to be there while Jordan was flying in a helicopter. And it is absolutely nuts to fly over a nuts place in a nuts helicopter. It's combining 2 crazy things together. So if you ever have the chance, if you're ever down at Starbase, make 100% sure to consider to take a helicopter flight above Starbase, because it makes it even crazier, trust me. And what Jordan, one of the crazy people from the Y team doing crazy stuff, is planning for today is to be in the air with an SPI helicopter while the Starship is launching. Imagine that just for a second, you're in a helicopter with the doors off while that Starship is launching and you're sitting there with your 600mm lens filming it as it's going. So that's Jordan. And that is what you're financing with these super chats. So thank you so much for financing our crazy hobby, and a huge shout out to spihelicopters.com. If you're ever at Starbase, it is 100% worth it to take that flight. And that's not just me saying it because it's because we're working together with them. It's genuinely amazing. It really is. You can split the flight money with other people. If you have a few friends, it gets reasonably cheap, and it is 100% worth it. It really is. So shout out to SPI Helicopters, and Jordan, have a safe trip, and fingers crossed for the flight. Fingers crossed for the flight. Yeah, WT Dorlac sent us another super chat. Thank you so much for the support. This is very, very much appreciated. Why are you laughing? We have Donkey Boy. Thank you so much for the super chat. 30-minute delay. Yes, and it's late already, but I hope this is the last delay we're going to get. But if all of it is, it looks like the weather is getting better though. Look at the sunlight pouring in on the site. It is way brighter now than it was earlier. So this is all, that's what I said, is coastal weather. I'm a pilot myself, and coastal weather systems are often calming down in the evening because there is an equilibrium of energy between land and ocean. I could go into detail there. Let's just say it calms down in the evening, and that often means that clouds dissipate. And so fingers crossed for the clouds to dissipate. We're still going here, and SpaceX still wants to launch it. They don't want to do a wet dress rehearsal. They want to launch a rocket. So fingers crossed for them to be able to do this. Then we have GIM Paolo Paul. GUR. Thank you so much for the super chat. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm very, very sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi there, Felix and all Y team. A huge, probably hug shout out, kiss from Italy. Thanks for everything you do, following you since high altitude tests. What do you think version 3's strong and weak points are, given all the changes we've seen from V2? So there aren't any weak points. There never are. I hope there aren't any weak points. I can't say. The strong points are pretty obvious. The biggest by far being higher payload capacity. Version 2 had maybe 30 tons of payload capacity. That's not enough to justify a Starship, especially if it's just partially reusable as it is right now. So the biggest oomph up for Starship on version 3 is that this is likely more than 100 tons payload capacity now, which is huge. That is already 5 times maxing out a Falcon 9, and you never max out a Falcon 9 because you have a payload fairing volume problem at some point. Starlink satellites are really good at maxing out weight, but not even they are maxing out the weight capacity. So the biggest problem for Starship was huge payload volume, but very little payload mass for such a large rocket. And that has changed with version 3. The next big strong suit, hopefully for version 3, is going to be full reuse, which I'm still skeptical of because it is a very difficult thing to solve. So I don't know if they're actually managing to solve that with version 3. Fingers crossed that they will, but I don't know if they can. But that would be the next big thing. And then there's lots of little details. There are so many changes on version 3, it's ridiculous. Watch my last episode. This is not me trying to promote a video. This literally covered every change or almost every change. And it was a really, really good video. So if you're once this stream is over, just take a look at the last video I published. It'll answer a lot of questions about version 3 with a lot of fabulous animations from Elliot and work from everybody on the team. And it's a really good video. And that'll give you an idea of how many changes there are on version 3. It's crazy. But yeah, the biggest change in my opinion would be these two things. Payload capacity, hugely ramped up, and hopefully more full reuse. Maybe even full reuse. We don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see how this flight turns out. Razvan Udria. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hello from Romania. Can't wait to service the Mars electrical installations. Exactly. Someone was earlier asking what they need to do to be helpful for this. Literally anything. If we start building bases on other planets, we'll also need a janitor and a baker and somebody who pours the beer in the Mars bar. We'll need everything. That's the nice thing about it becoming more common, is that it's not just going to be Air Force veterans and scientists. It's hopefully also going to be the normal guy. So yeah, servicing the Mars electrical installations. Exactly. Imagine. I'll be the guy who cleans the windows on the transfer to Mars. I don't care. So yeah, let's cheer for that. Martian Palmer 6054, thank you so much for your super chat. So looking forward to seeing the Y team member one, no one of the early manned flights. Who of the team would be first to fly? Probably my wife. She's she I can see her in the on my little extra monitor down there, and that's the first thing popping up, her picture, she going like this. She's been saying this for years that she really wants to fly on a starship. I don't the thing with me is I don't want to go to Mars. That might sound counterintuitive if I'm constantly talking about it, but the trip to Mars is going to be tough, and it's going to be long, and it's going to be tough. Did I say that already? It is going to be, it's going to be very difficult for the first few people going to Mars. So I'm very interested in going to the moon. If I ever get the chance to go to the moon, I'm flying instantly. But my wife takes anything. So if there's anybody from the spaceflight industry watching right now, she just wants to go. So it's even a running gag in the house. That's why I'm smiling so much. Every time the topic comes up, she's like, "Yep, that's me." So yes, I'm pretty sure it would be her. The first one from the Y team to fly to space would definitely be her, and I would be cheering her along. She would deserve it. So we have Key Dog Gravenheart. We've had this nickname before, and I think I mastered it this time. Thank you so much for your second super chat. He Dog Ravenheart. There you go. It's how you say my name. I got it right even before saying it. Ha ha. So, when do you think they will have the first launch from Florida? Yes, big one. And will you be there and have tickets to join you? Yes, yes, and yes, and yes. But you know what's the nice thing about me is that I did not start this YouTube channel to become rich. That is why I do not sell tickets to meetups. If there is anything that I have to pay for to make the meetup happen, so like rent a venue, I'll split it up among all the tickets, but that's it. I'm never going to charge you for attending a meetup. So if I do have a meetup for the first Starship flight here in Florida, expect it to be for free. The support you're giving here is just for us to feasibly finance our crazy hobby. That's all we're using the money for. So thank you so much for your super chats. But meetups and stuff like that, if anything I can make for free, I make for free. So it's not going to cost any money. And I'm hoping it to be this year. I'm hoping for SpaceX to launch their first Starship from Florida this year. This might be optimistic, and I'm known for being optimistic, but I think there still is a chance for them to launch it this year. If not this year, early next. But I do think there is a chance for it to happen this year. Pablo Petro, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi Felix, I've been following your videos since before you started broadcasting the launches. That was very early on. Best regards from Iquique, north of Chile. Iquique? I can't say it. Iquique from north of Chile. Thank you so much for tuning in from north of Chile. It's another testament for this community to be from everywhere in the world, and it's absolutely amazing. Thank you for watching and for having watched for so long. John Cameron 2199, thank you so much for your super chat. Who will be the first fast food outfit on the moon? Are you an American? I'm pulling for Jack in the Box or In and Out. You are an American? Okay, I don't know. Bojangles. I don't know. If I had to choose, it would be Whataburger. Shout out to Whataburger. This is not sponsored. I really like their burgers because they're more on the mustardy side of things, and I really like mustard. But if I had to guess which one it would be, I have no clue. Hopefully a good one, not Taco Bell, please. Otherwise, that's going to be very bad in this spacecraft. Not good. I hope I don't get sued by Taco Bell now. Okay, so here's the next one. Alberto Martinez Marte. I hope I did that right. 37.55. Thank you so much for the super chat. Kudos to you and your team, especially your wife, for the bloopers at the end of your videos. Love it. Made me keep coming from the beginning. We got rid of the bloopers a short while ago, and it was a wrestle. Trust me, I love the bloopers. The reason why we got rid of the bloopers is because we didn't have that many bloopers anymore, because I got too good at recording the videos, and so it got less and less and less bloopers. But we still do have bloopers, so they aren't, we just don't show them much anymore. But what we've started doing recently, and I did not endorse that, was my wife actually just using bloopers in the episodes. So whenever she finds something where she can embarrass me, she will absolutely do so, and we can all count on her doing it. She is the one with the sense of humor in the team, and she will keep embarrassing me. So there you go. The bloopers are not ever going to be fully gone, because I'm genuinely having a lot of fun doing this job. It's the craziest job I've ever had in my life, and it's a very humbling feeling. So thank you, everybody, for enabling us to do this. Brian Martin XB2KX, thank you so much for your super chat. I enjoy your positive attitude with everything space. Love the models in your background. Cris got me beat with the models, though. I lived for years in Tiefenbach, Germany, near Braunfels in Rheinland-Pfalz. So those are very German words. That just basically means he was very close to where I grew up. I lived in the volcanic Eifel from when I was 2 years to when I was 18. That's when I went to the military, and then after that I went to the Rhineland, which is very close to my heart as well. But yeah, the Eifel never left my heart. Let's just say that every time I revisit and I come back, I have this theory that wherever you grow up and you kind of liked where you grow up, it burns itself into your heart, and that's Rheinland-Pfalz for me. The whole Moseltal is where I spent my youth, and so on and so forth. So shout out to my old home. ZZ Bloop, thank you so much for your super chat. Things that worries me most is that this will be just the newest way we will destroy our planet, sending up starships every hour. Yes and no. What is very, very important is that these things, they broaden our horizon in what we're able to do. It's kind of like saying a knife is always a murder weapon. No, it isn't. Sometimes it just chops the onions. It's what we make with it. You cannot blame the engineers. You cannot blame the people at SpaceX for pollution in our world. And I don't think that progress is destruction at the same time. Progress is change. It often is, and change always means that you have to leave behind what was before, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're destroying our planet. But that said, I am one of those dreaded environmentalists. I am not Bernie, and I'll never be. Trust me, I'm way more on the sound side of things to ever be that. But I do see the problems that we're causing on this planet, and we do. And anybody who says we don't hasn't looked at the facts. And we should keep it at something reasonable. But that doesn't mean that we should shut down progress. I think that's the wrong thing to do. So think about that. Progress is what led us to be here today. Progress is what led you to be able to watch a Starship launch stream on your computer. You would be sitting in a cave if we didn't have any progress. A lot of things you wouldn't be able to see without progress. So there you go. Overland Travel Adventures. Thank you so much for your super chat. Joining to watch with you, Felix. Catch us up. Looks like everything is green. Yeah, and it also looks like everything's been pushing for some time now. So we'll see how it goes. It looks like the weather is getting better. The scenery is lighting up. The sun is coming out. So SpaceX is pushing, and I think that the blue layer on top of the view that we have right now is not clouds, but it's almost impossible to see in a camera picture. It could just be, yes, it is absolutely clearing up. Exactly. So I'm so hoping for happening exactly what I predicted to happen. At coastal areas, weather often clears up during the evening hours, and that's, I think, what we're seeing right now, and that gives me a good feeling for a launch. We just have to cross our fingers and yell a bit more at the clouds for them to dissipate even further. And then I think we're good to go for a launch. Everything at the tank farm looks go. Absolutely. And has been for the past hour or so. There aren't any visible problems here. Nothing. So fingers crossed for this to keep going and for SpaceX to, in 17, 18 minutes, do a go, no go decision on fueling. And then that's the point at which we know we're going. And I really want to see this launch today. Okay, we have Flossordy 2256. Thank you so much for your super set. This Starship looks like it will work out better. It is a lot pointier. I totally agree. It does look better though. I mean, there are so many changes. Again, if you haven't seen it yet, my last video is an eye-opener as to how many changes this has, and I couldn't possibly mention all of it in this launch stream. I have a few times now. Everything about this rocket, even though it looks largely the same, is different. It literally is. The tank design, the engine design, the way they tank it, the whole pad, the heat shield, how they actuate the flaps, how they everything, how they dispense their payload, everything's been reworked and touched and redesigned and changed. And so we're in for a ride if it does launch today. And if it doesn't launch today, it'll launch tomorrow or next week, and we'll be here to watch it. So it doesn't, I mean, I would love to see it launch today, and I'm really looking at these blue skies. This looks way better than it did before. So fingers crossed. But yeah, it does look pointier and it does look better, and that is absolutely amazing. Florian116, thank you so much for your super chat. Hi Felix, greetings from Cologne. Excited for today. Hopefully everything goes well. Cologne is not Cologne. I lived in Bonn, but Cologne is very close to my heart. That's why I said Cologne. That's my old hometown. And that thanks to the team for the good work. PS, können wir ein neues Badge bekommen für 5 Jahre Kanalmitglied? Yes, we can. I've been thinking about that for some time. He was asking in German if we can consider giving out a new badge to members, to channel members, for 5 years, being around for 5 years. Thank you so much for being around for 5 years. It is much appreciated. And yes, I've been thinking about it. And I shouldn't push this out further. And I shall commence with making another badge for you guys. So thank you for reminding me, and thank you for being with us for so long. It is much appreciated. And shout out to Cologne, to anybody else from the Rhineland who's watching right now. I'm such a Rhinelander that I found a way to import my favorite beverage from Cologne, and anybody from Cologne will know. I won't mention because this is a PG-13 stream, but I've even managed to import that to Florida. So there you go. So Andy Foulcas-Leeds, thank you so much for your super chat. Watching from Leeds, England. Love your channel and everything space. Keep up the good work. What do you think SpaceX can achieve in 26, 27? Well, the sky is the limit. If everything works out with version 3, the sky is the limit. Everything is waiting for this Starship design that works. They have gotten it partially to work, but not enough to make it a reliable platform to start testing literally everything else. They're waiting for orbital refueling. They're waiting for Artemis, for HLS. And I constantly have people in the comments saying, oh, but there isn't any HLS. Yeah, it's because they need the Starship to perform before they can think about everything else. So if version 3 works, that's literally all that's needed. Everything else will open up. It'll be like a dam breaking if version 3 works. So let's cross our fingers for it to work. Okay, so we're 15 minutes away, and this is basically the last time for me to be able to take any sort of break. Cris, if you want to take over for another moment, I'll take another 5-minute break, and then we're going to hopefully see SpaceX do a go, no-go decision on propellant loading. What do you think, Cris? How high are the chances? Pop him in. There you go. Oh no. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know if I was audible before, so I really think it's all looking good there's blue skies, and yeah, I just hope that we get the info in like 10 to 15 minutes that we get the go for load and we see that thing icing up. I just want to get it off the pad so bad. It's all there. It's just perfect. So please, let's go. Full send.
It's another thing. If you do this for a living, the difference between us and everybody watching is likely that we spend even more time with this stuff. Like we literally spend 8 to 10 hours a day with this every day, including the weekends, and we know how much importance is resting on this flight. It's so incredibly important for SpaceX. For anybody at SpaceX watching this right now, shout out to you guys. We are rooting for you. We are hoping so much that you are going to, like, that every dream comes true for you guys today, because you've been working hard for this. Yeah, that's how it goes. All right, I'll be back in 5. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Like and subscribe, and let's enjoy the party, and fingers crossed for SpaceX. See you in 5.
Okay, so the next question is by Gordon TB. If Flight 12 goes really well, will Flight 13 be a full orbit and a tower capture? Yeah, I mean, this is something that we talked about before. This is absolutely possible. This is what SpaceX will be going for. They really, really want to see the ship in orbit. They want to see a ship catch, because that's the big next milestone. So yes, if everything goes really well with Flight 12, we might actually see a ship catch on Flight 13. And of course, the orbit before that, because yeah, we have to get around the planet to get back to Texas in that case. Next question, the Uncommon 33. Why not catch the booster this launch? Yeah, it's a good question. But the thing is that we have to consider this is a new ship. This is not the same kind of booster that they did catch before. So it's actually quite a good decision to do the entire thing with a virtual tower. So it will go down into the Gulf, but it will do everything like it would be caught by a tower. But in this case, you can make sure everything is working and then do an attempt next time. Ways 2. Next flight test. Will it be a double catch? It could be possible. It's also something that Felix talked about before. They could, in theory, catch the booster, get the booster away from the tower, and then later on catch the ship. But it will, of course, be extremely complicated since we only have one tower at the moment. So we might have to wait for a double catch until the tower at the old OLM, the Pad 1, is operational again. And this is something that still might also be possible for Flight 13. We just don't know. But sooner or later, and with a good chance this year, we will see a double catch. Jan Sochor, any news on Sabatier production on site? This is something that I have to push. Is there something you can say about it, Jonathan? Is there something you know? Because this is something I have no idea about. No. So, yeah, I just have to push this one forward. We could ask Felix this later on. Thank you for the question anyway. V for Vendetta by B2Y. Will we see a ramp up of Starship launches if the next 2 go perfectly? I see the production is really high, so can we see a launch like every 2 weeks? Eventually, definitely. For now, we'll have to see. As I said before, we only have one operational pad right now. The second one at Starbase is getting ready. The first in Florida is getting ready. The transport of the boosters from Starbase to Florida is something that will be tried out really soon. So yes, we will have a higher cadence, but I wouldn't put my bet on it that it's something that we will see in the next few months. Let's see how it is at the end of the year, how many pads we have ready by then. And yeah, it will be pretty soon that we will get used to Starship like we are used to Falcon. Falcon is something that launches like pretty much every day now or every other day. And we've gotten so used to seeing rockets coming back down to the pads. With Starship, it's something that's even more going to that direction because we can eventually save the second stage. So it's even more feasible to launch more often if you don't have to throw away half your vehicle every time. And again, before Vendetta, will average people be able to ride on Starship in the near future, assuming it gets so cheap that you can even buy tickets? Yeah, this is something. Starship has been talked about as a point-to-point means of transport. And in order to make that something that is feasible, that's something that's economical, it has to have a price that an average person can eventually pay. So, yeah, maybe you will not go to orbit or to the moon really soon on a starbase, but maybe, or on a starship, sorry, but maybe you will be able to go from, let's say, Los Angeles to Melbourne. And I would say this is something that I would already be totally happy to do. So, yes, this is something that they are actively working toward, and I couldn't be more excited about that. Welcome back, Felix.
I am.
Yeah, I could do another one. For oh no, you are
Go ahead,
ready.
go ahead, go ahead. I'm fine. I'm just
Okay.
enjoying.
Yeah. Demonicus. How many percent of that rocket is 3D printed? Only engines? Yeah, really tiny, tiny. This is not like the way that SpaceX wanted to build their rockets. It's more like we have materials that look simple from the outside, like using stainless steel, something that was really loved about by people in the industry until they proved that it could be done. And so the direction of going 3D printing is not yet so much in their DNA. Yeah. Yeah, and it's also something about scale, about size. I mean, for a rocket this big, it's way more feasible to work with rolled metal and then weld it, which is something that you can also automate in the long run, at least. Yeah,
Well,
so
they already are.
that's the
They
point.
already are. Most of the. Oh, am I unmuted now? Good. How long was I muted? Do you know that meme from Arrival where she's holding up the sign and says your mic is muted? Yeah, that's the classic. So I was saying, like, just imagine I was saying all sorts of really cool stuff.
It was amazing, absolutely.
It was really good.
So
Yeah.
much
And
insight.
we were talking about if there are different ways you were answering the question about 3D printing. And there are different ways to reach your goal, and it depends on what goal you want to reach, what way you should choose to reach it. And 3D printing for a few parts on Starship make total sense. For other parts, they don't because they want to mass produce at cheap money. Stainless steel is perfect for that. You wouldn't want to 3D print a Starship. And the initial design of Starship actually had 3D printing in mind. ITS was a lot of 3D printing, a lot of carbon fiber composite materials and all sorts of fancy stuff. And then they found out that building the Starship would be 10 times more expensive if you would do it that way. And if you want to mass produce them and launch 10,000 a year, it's the wrong way to go.
Yeah.
And so you always have to weigh if it actually makes sense. So that's what I said. Perfect.
We are now 4.5 minutes away from go no go if they don't push again.
And
So
it looks better than it has ever before. That's another thing I said. I'm really, really happy to see all the sunlight pouring in, the blue sky. The tank farm is fully spooled up. So the only thing they need to do in about 4 minutes is do their go no go decision, and then they'll start fueling. And as soon as we see frost lines coming up on the prototype itself, we'll at least know that we'll see a wet dress rehearsal, possibly even a launch. That's how I would define it, because it depends on if everything works out the way it should. But if everything does, we're in for a ride. Let me just give a real quick recap here. My English improved greatly. Thank you so much. My German has greatly deproved though. My brain is completely stuck in two languages at this point. It's nuts, and you can probably not really imagine it if you've never left your own country. I grew up with German. My English was pretty good, but not perfect. And then now I'm dreaming in English. I'm sometimes sentences come out of my mouth that are half English and half German, and But thank you. So for everybody who's just joined us, and we're at 21,000 people now watching this, which is nuts. Thank you so much for joining us. We're watching SpaceX get ready to launch Starship Flight 12. We have ship 39 on top and booster 19 on the bottom. And everything about these two stages is different than it was before, even though they look rather the same. The design is radically different. They've touched on everything. They've looked at every part and either improved it or completely redesigned it. And that's the most important part about this flight is all the unknowns. It is almost like Flight 1 again. The pad is new. The first stage is new. The second stage is new. The entire tank farm is a completely different design with different components. And the deluge system under the rocket, the method they fill it, everything is different on Flight 12, and that's what's exciting. So stay with us. Let's see if they launch the rocket today. The biggest problem seemed to be the weather, but it is rapidly improving, and this might make it possible for them to actually launch. And we're mere minutes away from SpaceX making that decision of actually starting their fueling process. And then we're 50 minutes away from T-0, and that's going to be a ride you don't want to miss. If you haven't done so yet, please do like the stream, become a subscriber, consider becoming a patron or a channel member, consider buying yourself one of our lovely shirts, which Cris and I are both sporting today, of course. All of the revenue goes into funding our crazy dream of making videos about crazy rockets. Thank you so much. We would have never thought that there are so many people out there who are actually willing to fund our crazy hobby. And it is absolutely amazing that we're able to find you people, and all our thanks, the entire team is thanking you for doing so. So thank you so much for watching this with us. And we're right now trying to answer as many questions as we can. So the goal is for you to write #question and then a question after it. And our goal is to answer as many of them as we can. If you want to bump yourself up in that line of people waiting, it is of course good if you attach it to a super chat, because we will prefer those, because those are the people dearest to our heart. Being willing to spend money on something that is free is really, really cool. So thank you so much. And let's just continue answering a few more. If you want to just keep going.
Okay.
We have a Jazzy D222.
How will new satellite cameras look at the heat shield when it's on the other side of the ship? Good question. And
ride round,
yeah,
baby,
exactly.
ride round.
Like a record, like a Starship, baby, right round.
Exactly.
Round.
So
Yep.
the plan is to spin, and it should look absolutely amazing.
Yep, we got the added RCS thrusters on the ship, so there is little control outlets now. There is actually a new system on the ship that we've never seen before, so it can actually spin around its axle. And this is one of the coolest things that we might be seeing in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Hopefully, I'm so looking forward to it. You got to imagine they're going to separate 22 Starlink satellites. 20 of them are dummy satellites, so they.
I got good news. I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Yeah,
but
yeah, go ahead.
Starship team is go for prop load.
All right, here we go, everybody. Going for fueling. This is the moment we've been waiting for. This makes me so. That's the reason why we're doing this. That is these moments are exactly the reason why we're doing this. I'm feeling so happy right now. So SpaceX has made, like, all the people who are important to make this decision came together, all gave their go or no go to the flight controllers, and that everything checks out, and SpaceX is now going to fuel the rocket. That is it's a crazy process. SpaceX has vastly improved Starship version 3 with different different procedures and different hardware to fuel the rocket even faster, even though it has more payload capacity. We have a very nice animation here that you will now see until liftoff, showing you how much fuel already is in the tanks. It is an approximation, of course, because we don't have sensor data from SpaceX, but there has been a lot of work going into this model, and it has been going in from Cris from Schiffersoft. He is a friend of ours from Germany. Shout out to you, Cris. Thank you so much for giving us this graphic to show this to everybody else, because it's valuable information. You'll be able to see the same on the outside of the rocket. You'll see a frost line forming. I'm so happy that they're actually doing this. And the weather is improving rapidly. It is getting better and better and better. So I think if you like, and 1.5 hours ago, I answered the question how likely I think it is to launch today. It was 50-50 1.5 hours ago. Right now, I tend to 80%. That we'll see a launch today, because the weather has massively improved. The sun is pouring in. Everything looks very nice above the Starship right now. We have clear skies, basically, just clouds on the horizon. That's great, no problem. And as long as everything on the rocket holds, as long as every sensor says, yes, we're good to go, we should be able to launch this today, which would be absolutely amazing. So stay with us. This is worth it.
By timeline, we should be like 8 minutes away from propellant loading.
Yes, very soon, very, very soon. 39 minutes before liftoff is when they start fueling the Starship, which is all possible thanks to version 3. Version 3 has 2 fueling interfaces on the booster, for example. On the old pad, you had 1 connection to the booster. And on this pad, you have 2 connections, one for methane and one for oxygen, which makes them fuel it even quicker. You have a huge fuel transfer tube in the middle of the booster. It's as large as a Falcon 9 booster, which is insane. The transfer tube for fuel is as large as a normal rocket. That is how large a Starship is. I've seen Starships in person. That's the one thing we cannot bring across with anything we try, basically. It's like if you see a picture of the Empire State Building, it is not. It's not. I've just heard that SpaceX is going live as well, so we're progressing towards a launch here. To bring that sentence to an end, just imagine this thing to be extremely large. It looks way smaller than it is in our video. It is way bigger. If you're standing in front of a Starship, it looks like a skyscraper when you look up. Imagine that. That's how large a Starship is. 124 meters into the sky. That's what, 300 something feet, 350 feet, 340 feet. It's huge. It's insane. It's insanely large. Just imagine it being way bigger than you think. And SpaceX is going live with their stream. We're going to switch to their audio as soon as they start talking, because they often have a lot of really, really cool things to say. And then my commentary is becoming a little sparse, but that is going to come back during the coast phase. After the launch has concluded, I have time to answer questions, so stay tuned with us. And until SpaceX isn't saying anything yet, I'm going to just speed talk through a few of those super chats, because I really want you guys to get your answers and I want you to be appreciated on the stream. So here we go. Jazz, we've done Jazz, have we? How will new satellite cameras look? Yes, the Starship will spin. David Dubois, 5123, thank you so much for your super chat. The #1 Rocketeer man on YouTube. Thank you so much, but it's not a one-man show. There's an entire team behind it supporting everything that I do. But thank you very, very much. Is this still an inspirational video, or can you set this full screen? Set it full screen. It looks beautiful. Yeah, keep the audio off until they say something, but set this full screen. It looks beautiful. We have Nur Text. Thank you so much for your super chat. Guten Abend from Germany. Thank you so much to you and your team for the great coverage. Do you think SpaceX is at the crossroads with the V3 when it comes to the future of Starship and rapid reuse? Yes, I do think so. Version 3 is bringing all the things that SpaceX needs right now, and it's going to compress their timeline immensely if Starship works out, if this flight works out. It's very pivotal what we're seeing today. Scott McIntosh, 260. Thank you so much for your super set. Smart science and not junk science needs to be used to preserve our planet. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. But science is going to be needed to improve our planet, and that's why I'm all for progress. Magnar Johan Winther, 1892. Magna Johan Winther. Thank you so much for your super chat. Advancement in space technology. I will finish you in a moment.
And welcome to Starbase, Texas. It's currently 5:46 p.m. Central Time, and we are just over 43 minutes away from the first flight of SpaceX's next generation vehicle, Starship version 3. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Manager of Quality Systems Engineering.
And I'm Jake Berkowitz, a lead propulsion engineer. And today we're coming to you live from just outside the production floor at Star Factory, where the team's preparing for Starship's 12th test flight.
Yeah, it's been a few months since our last update, and in that time, the team has been working hard to completely redesign the entire rocket that you see there from the ground up.
Yeah, that's right, Kate. Starship version 3 has undergone significant upgrades, taking everything we've learned from the previous 11 flights to make a vehicle capable of full and rapid reusability.
This includes everything from a new booster, new ship, new engines, to a new launch pad, new avionics, new software, and so much more. All of that hardware is just down the road at Pad 2, a little over 1.5 miles away from Jake and myself. And in our viewing area outside on the lawn, Starbase employees are excited and already starting to gather to watch today's flight.
Yeah, and right behind us are 3 generations of Raptor engines, and today will be the first flight of the newest generation, Raptor V3. And the 33 Raptors on Super Heavy booster combined to generate 18 million pounds of thrust. You can see them all there.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. And it makes Starship by far the most powerful rocket of all time. And for comparison, we have over twice the thrust of the Saturn V rocket that carried astronauts to the moon. And then here, of course, you can see on ship, we have another 6 engines, and 3 of them feature the larger vacuum-optimized nozzles called RVACs. And as a member of the Raptor team, I can tell you that we're all incredibly excited to put V3 to the test today and demonstrate the capabilities of our most advanced engine. And we'll get into all the exciting new details in just a few moments.
Yeah, that excitement is well warranted, Jake. Raptor and Starship V3 are designed to be foundational for the future of the program. They're designed to enable us to send payloads and eventually people all the way to the moon and Mars, ultimately helping us make life multiplanetary and extending the light of consciousness to the stars.
Yeah, and in the meantime, we're planning to put Starship to work shortly by launching bigger and more powerful Starlink version 3 satellites. These new satellites aim to substantially increase capacity in orbit, strengthen the network, and deliver an improved experience for customers on Earth. Starship will also carry our upcoming V2 Starlink mobile satellites, which are expected to provide direct 5G connectivity from space straight to mobile phones worldwide.
Now, as a reminder for all of you watching at home, what we're doing today is a test. Like we mentioned earlier, we've redesigned the majority of this rocket and its systems. From the outside, for those of you that have tuned in before, it might look pretty familiar, but beneath the surface, it's all new. And the primary objective today is to put it all together in a real, live flight environment. In order to learn, we got to launch.
Yeah, and really it's the data we're expecting to get back from today's flight that's going to bring us closer to making Starship operational and unlocking the next generation of our future in space. So no matter the outcome of today's test flight, excitement is guaranteed.
Most definitely. And speaking of excitement, Dan Hewitt is in a pretty exciting place. He's stationed just outside of the Launch Control Center, a couple floors above us. How's it going up there, Dan?
Kate, it couldn't be going better. We have a blue sky outside. I'm beyond psyched. Hello, everybody. I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. It's been far too long. Welcome back for another Starship launch. Things are looking good. We are counting down. We moved into our window a little bit, but we are looking good right now at this moment. Behind me, you see the flight control team. They're on console looking at the rocket, the pad, the range, the weather, everything as we count down to liftoff. We're going to be getting into prop load in just a couple of minutes, and we are counting down to a liftoff at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. The weather is great. We haven't had a blue sky all day. There you can see almost nothing but that. We were fighting some upper level winds a little bit earlier. That's why we moved into our launch window. But the great news is we are looking go for launch. Also, we're monitoring the range, so air and sea space out in the Gulf and also in the Indian Ocean on the other side of the world, not tracking any issues there. Now, today's countdown functionally going to look pretty similar to most people. There's a couple of differences in timing for some of those major milestones, like when we start loading propellant, when the diverter turns on and the water's flowing, when the engines start up. But otherwise, other than that, all of the hardware brand new. New booster, new ship, new engines, new pad. Let's nerd out. Let's dive right into it. So there it is on the pad. Say hello to Starship version 3. As Kate noted, some of the outside might look familiar, but we've made extensive upgrades across every single system. Start with the big picture, because Starship still very, very big. Just over 407 feet tall, fully stacked, a little bit taller than version 2. With that extra stretch, we can carry even more propellant, but big rocket. The bottom half is our super heavy booster, and there are some pretty visible structural changes on the outside. We'll jump in. You've got version 3 on the left there, version 2 on the right. At the very top, we've changed from a one-time use hot stage adapter that used to pop off to one that's fully integrated for reusability. And Starship's Raptors are actually going to be igniting directly on top of the booster's fuel tank. The fuel tank pressure itself and then a non-structural layer of steel, it's what's protecting the top of that booster when we do hot stage separation. Moving down a little bit, we went from 4 grid fins to 3. We made them 50% bigger and higher strength. Just a reminder, that's what booster is using to kind of steer itself as it's flying back for a catch. We're also now going to use those grid fins for lift and catch itself. We zoom in a little bit and you can see new catch points now on those grid fin structures. Moving inside the rocket, we redesigned the fuel transfer tube. This is the really big tube inside the rocket that's moving all of that liquid methane down to the Super Heavy's 33 Raptor engines. It's going to help us flip faster, and we can now start up all of the engines simultaneously. This thing is big. It's about the size of a Falcon 9 first stage, which gives us the fun realization that we kind of put a rocket inside of our rocket. The very bottom of the booster looks very different. You've got those new Raptor 3 engines that enabled us to delete the bulky heat shields, the engine shrouds that we had on the previous generation. And then all of the propulsion, avionics hardware for those engines are super tightly integrated now and protected by much slimmer shielding. Move on up, second stage. This version of Starship is designed to carry massive orbital payloads. We're talking up to 100 metric tons to Earth orbit, the Moon, and Mars. The biggest changes are pretty much all under the hood. We gave the propulsion system a clean sheet redesign, increased the propellant tank volume, and improved our reaction control system, our steering while we're on orbit. When we X-ray inside, the PEZ dispenser is now supercharged, a little bit of turbo, and that's going to allow us to increase the deploy speed for each of those satellites. Today, we're actually flying the heaviest payload we've ever carried on Starship, but eventually we're going to launch with up to 60 of those Starlink V3 satellites. Just below that, just below the payload bay and also down on the aft part of the ship, we've added new docking ports. That's going to enable us to link up in orbit between 2 starships, do propellant transfer. We also modified that main connection point where we load propellants into the vehicle for those future prop transfer missions. So a lot of upgrades tip to tail on the rocket, but powering everything, the Raptor 3. There they are, ripping in real time. These engines manufactured in Hawthorne, California, tested at our site up in McGregor. We redesigned their entire ignition system. We bumped up the thrust, so putting out more force, went from 230 to 250 tons force on those sea-level engines, 258 all the way up to 275 on the vacuum-optimized ones. When you look at all of the generations of Raptor lined up, all of those fiddly bits, the sensors, feed lines, controllers, everything that you were used to seeing around Raptor 1 and 2, a lot of those have either been deleted, best part is no port, or they're internally integrated and protected inside of the engine itself. That'll let us dramatically cut down on the weight of the engine, make it easier to manufacture because we are going to be mass producing these things. Now, we make these Raptors in Hawthorne. There's our Hawthorne manufacturing team getting ready to see their engines fly in space for the very first time. Huge shout out to you guys. You're all wizards. appreciate you getting us some vehicles on the pad today. But incredible amount of effort. World's best engineering team works here at SpaceX, get this rocket to that pad ready to launch. And we've been trying to follow more of it and document some of it. And if you haven't seen it, check out our new docu-series, Starship.
We've really, built this rocket from scratch, but we've also built the pad from scratch, so it's all kinds of new systems. This will be the first time that we bring together the pad and vehicle pieces to make sure that they all work.
Static fire vehicle is in pre-pad clear, about to get to our static fire pad cleared op state.
Oh, here comes
We
this
run
crazy
60 seconds
static
on
fire.
ship because you get to see how the vehicle thermals all shake out and just general vehicle performance.
That if you can make it through that you're in a reasonable position to go fly.
Start up. Throttle up. Plus 10.
The journey of
And it's just the
SpaceX
upper
is a
stage.
journey to give humans access to the solar system and beyond, which is really the goal for Starship.
Plus 20.
The impact that this rocket is going to have on the world, I don't think most people can really comprehend the change it's going to have.
Plus 30. Started.
This is such a wild ride. The highs are high and the lows are low as we really work to get to ultimately launching people, which is going to be amazing.
Plus 40.
It is not impossible just because it's far beyond what has been done before. We've proved that time and time again.
Plus 50. Full duration.
Please do full
Oh man,
duration
like
today.
Dan said, we've got the world's best engineering team, and I love this docu-series because it's allowing us to get a peek behind the curtains.
Yeah, the full thing is 25 minutes long, and I think I've watched it 4 or 5 times already. That's how good it is.
Same.
But yeah, so just as the team has been working hard on a brand new rocket, we've also redesigned the ground systems. The brand new Pad 2 that you can see on your screen here is making its big debut today.
We took everything we learned from operating on Pad 1 to create this totally new launch pad. Pad 2 is optimized for full and rapid reusability. We've upgraded our propellant farm with much more storage and more pumps to enable super fast filling for launch and relaunch. On the tower, we changed to shorter chopsticks, which enable even faster motion to better track vehicles flying in for catch.
Yeah, we also changed the actuators driving those chopsticks from hydraulics to 100% electromechanical, increasing their speed, redundancy, and reliability. On the ground, the launch mount was completely redesigned, and if I had to describe it in one word, I'd say it's robust. With the extensive concrete and steel cladding, it almost feels like you're looking at a battleship, not a launch pad. But it's also smarter. We've separated the fuel and aux systems into different compartments and repositioned the booster quick disconnects to be out of the vehicle's plume during liftoff.
Yeah, and perhaps the most obvious change, we've now got a bi-directional flame diverter. We said goodbye to the pancake, and a new top deck flame deflector to eliminate metal wearing down, which will help us get to zero refurbishment between launches. In fact, that new flame trench and the new chopsticks are featured here on our new Pad 2 launch shirts. This launch pad is built for maximum safety and fast turnaround because making life multiplanetary will require launching a lot of starships. And as the countdown continues, let's change gears for a moment and head over to Tyler Lionquist in Hawthorne to talk about Starlink. How's it going over there, Tyler?
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting
Hey,
topic.
Kate, and thank you. We're back in Hawthorne, and we have a crowd forming outside of Mission Control ready to see some starships fly today. And like Jake mentioned earlier, on today's flight, we're deploying 20 Starlink simulators, plus 2 modified Starlink satellites, which our team internally refers to as Dodger Dogs, because we stretch that V2 mini satellite propellant tank so that it sticks out from both ends of the satellite. You can see it right there. It is just missing some mustard and onions. So the Dodger Dog serves as a tech demo between the V2 and the V3 Starlink satellites, and will act as a platform for testing those V3 components. So the larger V3 satellites aim to greatly expand the network's capacity. while V3 hardware is designed to support faster Wi-Fi and improved broadband speeds to customers while providing a significant capacity upgrade from the V2 Mini. And in addition to delivering future V3 satellites to the Starlink network, we believe Starship will enable us to launch our AI satellites. As you may have seen during the Terafab event in Austin a few months ago, Elon laid out the path to revolutionize cloud computing and AI infrastructure, leveraging the unlimited power of the sun, targeting 100 gigawatts to 1 terawatt of AI computing power annually. And from there, we're looking at connectivity beyond our planet too. Building on the technologies used to connect people on Earth, the Starlink team is exploring using Starlink to enable high bandwidth connectivity around the moon. With a constellation of satellites designed to connect to user terminals on the lunar surface, we could relay data back to our Starlink constellation in Earth orbit. So traditionally, deep space comms have relied on radio frequency transmission. This new design would use lasers to relay data back to Earth, which can massively increase the bandwidth available to future lunar missions. We currently have thousands of lasers operating in our Starlink constellation around Earth. Deploying that technology around the moon could connect it with hundreds of terabits of capacity. Together, this could provide the connectivity backbone between the Earth and the moon and enable gigabit connectivity anywhere on the lunar surface, providing data for rovers, habitats, and astronauts, and hopefully some incredible views for us back on Earth too. So all of that adds up to a lot of satellites. But the good news is that there's still plenty of space in space. But that said, the Starlink team takes space safety extremely seriously, and we work hard to encourage best practices across the entire industry so space stays open for as many people as possible.
There are tens of thousands of known space debris in low Earth orbit right now. All of that debris comes from man-made activities.
A lot of people talk about space being really congested, and they show this dust cloud around the Earth of all these points, and it looks like space is super, super crowded. I think if you take all the spacecraft that are in orbit, it's equivalent to about 3 aircraft flying over California at one time. So space is so much bigger, so many dimensions that are much beyond what we can comprehend. But even though it's big, there still is a potential that these satellites could collide and could hit each other if we don't proactively share information.
The orbit of objects follow Kepler's laws of motion, explained by Newton's laws of gravitation. So they orbit the Earth in very predictable trajectories, as long as another force doesn't act on them. So you can reasonably fit millions of satellites into an orbital shell with that math. Obviously, to make that happen, you have to have really tight coordination between all those satellites, and everything has to work really well together. Starlink satellites make something like 1,000 collision avoidance maneuvers on a daily basis. We predict that a close approach will occur between another satellite or a piece of space debris. We use the thruster of the satellite to make a maneuver and keep away from the trajectory of that object and reduce the probability of collision to effectively zero. Because most of the actual collision risk comes from the surface area of the solar panels, we lower the solar panels to reduce the cross-section in the plane of the close approach to further reduce risk. On Starlink, I'm also excited to talk about a program we call Stargaze. Cameras on the satellites looking up into space, measuring the star field. You can imagine 10,000 satellites staring up into space and detecting all the objects in low Earth orbit. You effectively almost have a real-time view of what's happening in the low Earth orbit environment. So we began detecting objects and fitting orbits to those objects, and currently we're tracking about 50% of the objects with perigees below 600 kilometers. This project has opened our eyes a bit to the activities that are occurring in space that are not being published. So we have many examples in Starlink satellite footage where an object came within tens of meters of a Starlink satellite, yet this was not predicted. This is extremely concerning because this type of incident could have resulted in a collision.
Last year, we flew 165 missions to space. As an industry leader, we would like to create a community where all industry providers share data back and forth. They tell us where their spacecraft are. They track their spacecraft as soon as they're deployed. They make them available to others so we know where everyone is. You know, there's some thought that if I keep my satellite position confidential and I don't share that with anyone, no one will know where my satellite is. Well, I think that's really fictitious. So we at SpaceX, we've taken the opposite approach. We've published all our data, we put all our ephemeris data out, we show where our satellites are, we show where we're maneuvering, and I think we're now showing the industry that there is no competitive advantage by not sharing your data. We're demonstrating to the outside world what good practices are. We as an industry have a tremendous obligation at this time, at this formative state, to actually communicate with each other, share best practices, and be good stewards amongst each other. It'll make us better as an industry. It'll give us an industry of the future that will continue to grow, continue to innovate, and help every company to grow and generate revenue.
To maintain safety in low Earth orbit, it's incredibly important that we work together as satellite operators and are very transparent in the activities that we are conducting. I think that an irresponsible satellite operator is one who either doesn't know where their spacecraft is or where it's going to go, or isn't broadcasting that to the world. Space is big, but operators are not always predictable. We want to enable other missions, the Moon and Mars and interplanetary exploration. So ensuring that activities like that can persist for the duration of humanity is incredibly important. Fundamentally, I think the message to operators is to be transparent about what you're doing in space, transparent about where your satellite is and where it's going, and make sure you have the tools to ensure that that information is accurate all the time.
Starlink's future is bright and helping ensure space safety for all operators along the way. Now let's take a look into the flight profile for today's test. As we've mentioned a few times already, there are numerous redesigns making their debut today across the entire launch vehicle. In light of this, we want to keep our learning focused on all that new hardware and software, so we're running a flight profile similar to our last 2 Starship flights in order to minimize new variables.
Yeah, and we'll start with liftoff, where Super Heavy ignites 33 brand new Raptor 3 engines. We power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation. Booster shuts down all but 5 sustainer engines. Stage 2 lights its Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy. We get to see stage separation debuting the integrated hot stage. Directional booster flip, engine relight, and boost back using 33 engines. And after coasting for a few minutes, the booster today will target a landing burn and soft splashdown a few miles off the coast from Starbase.
Yeah, ship does a bunch of fun things like deploying 20 Starlink simulator satellites, 2 of them Dodger Dogs as we affectionately call them, single engine Raptor relight, and then reentry. Everybody's favorite part, lots of fun Technicolor colors that will be brought to us by Starlink. And if all of that goes as planned, we will finish the test with a flip, a landing burn, and a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. And actually, in just a few moments, thanks to Starlink, we'll be going live to the Indian Ocean and chatting with the ship recovery team stationed out there.
I'm so excited for that. That's going to be awesome.
So cool.
But sit tight. First, we're going to go to Dan for a quick status check.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Everything's still looking good. We are not tracking any issues technically on the vehicle or on the pad. Range status continues to be good, both the range out here in the Gulf and out in the Indian Ocean. As you can see, we have started our propellant load. That happened at about 36 minutes before T0. We're loading about 20% faster on Pad 2 than we did on Pad 1. Our flight director, Ty Huntington's back in the chair again. He was there for Starship's first flight test and 11 back for V3. He did that final go, no go at about T-minus 1 hour. We do start loading on ship first. That happened at about T-minus 37. Booster follows about 1 minute later, starting with its liquid oxygen and then its liquid methane. And then ship fuel is the last one to kick off at about T-minus 35. We're going to continue loading all of this propellant on board until about 3 minutes right before launch, 3 minutes 20 on ship, 2 minutes 50 on the booster. So we go pretty much right down to the wire. But as of this moment, still looking good. T0 set for 6:30 p.m. Central Time. Continuing to load prop, continuing to count down. All right. If you've been following along with these launches, you know we've been sending these suborbital and they splash down in the Indian Ocean. How the heck do we see some of that? Well, we have our recovery team, our Starship recovery team, and one of their primary jobs is to get those reentry views and a whole lot more. We're going to take them now. We're joining them out in the Indian Ocean. We've got Suren Sinai standing by, taking a moment from the recovery ops. He might be frozen. Let me know if you can hear me, Suren. How's everything looking out there in the ocean?
Dan, I can hear you loud and clear. We're sitting in about 8-foot waves, but it's looking like a clear day, ready for a ship to come on through.
All right, man. How many of these have you done? And like, walk us through. What's the recovery team's primary job out there?
I've done 6 and now 7 of these missions, and with every mission we've seen it evolve, and but our primary goal has always been to clear the range. So just like we do over in the Gulf, the same kind of happens here. We send 1 to 2 boats out, and we make sure there's nothing in the area so the rocket is clear to land. And then once we can guarantee that and have the rocket leave the pad, then we can proceed to imagery collection. So we have
That is a real job.
All right. We'll see if we can get him back. But they're out there in the Indian Ocean. I think everyone's familiar. They've got the buoy cams. They've got the drones that are going to be going up. So we're going to be cutting back to them live once they get. They've been doing some practice stuff. We've been able to shoot some of this. So there you can see Seren getting those buoy boats. So they're basically out there. They're deploying these boats in the splashdown zone. If you get a live view from one of these boats, that tells you that we're pretty much nailing our target on that. And then Seren and a couple of our other recovery folks out there are going to be flying drones to hopefully get that imagery of Starship coming back. It's super critical for us to see just how that heat shield performed after reentry, and just having them out there remote, just in the middle of nowhere, plays just a really critical role in just rapid iteration on Starship and its heat shield. So looking forward to hopefully seeing some views from them a little bit later. But for now, let's head back down to Kate and Jake for the latest progress at Cape Canaveral in Florida.
Thanks, Dan. Now, if we want to get to the moon and then Mars as fast as possible, there's really only one answer: launch a lot more rockets.
Yes. Yeah, and to do that, we're going to need a few more launch pads and support buildings, which is exactly what we're working on over in Florida. So originally built for Apollo and then the Space Shuttle, Launch Complex 39A has flown 126 Falcon missions since SpaceX reactivated the pad in 2017.
Yeah, it's crazy that it's that many. Fun fact, I actually hosted the live webcast for our very first launch at Pad 39A, and it was so exciting to see that come back to life. It's also exciting to see how today, almost 10 years later, the ongoing construction and development that will bring a second launch tower to Launch Complex 39A. You can see it ongoing there on your screen. It's designed to expand our capabilities to support Starship launches in the future, while also continuing to support Falcon Heavy missions from the original Apollo Shuttle Falcon launch tower.
Yeah, and we're also building a Starship launch pad at Slick 37. And to support the uptick in future launches, there's Gigabay, a giant assembly and maintenance facility designed to prep Starships ahead of Florida launches. And when complete, this huge structure aims to hold 24 work cells in over 800,000 square feet of workspace. That's 24 rockets under one roof. That's absolutely crazy.
It's going to be so many.
Yeah. So SpaceX's future in Florida is quickly taking shape with our very first launches on the horizon.
Yes, a horizon that aims for regular trips to the moon. Now, staying with the lunar conversation, we're going to head back up to Dan, who has Starship Vice President of Engineering, Bill Riley, our favorite webcast visitor, to talk about the moon.
That's right, Kate. Yeah, crashing the webcast again. Bill Riley, VP of Starship Engineering. Thanks for coming, Bill. We wanted like a couple of minutes to geek out about the moon. Like Artemis 2 just flew humans around the moon for the first time in like 50 years, more than 50 years. I personally was wildly caught up in it. I don't know how you felt about the whole thing.
Yeah, I found it really inspirational. I think part of being a spacefaring civilization is being out there exploring, and I thought Artemis 2 got us back to the moon and back exploring and being out farther than we had been before.
It's always wild when you see space stuff kind of break through into the mainstream, and like it felt like that really did it. And I mean, that's going to continue happening. We're looking at a higher cadence of missions in Artemis, and Starship's obviously going to play a pretty big role in the entire Artemis program. But like, what's kind of next on the horizon?
I think what's exciting about Artemis 3 is you'll see the landers introduced now. So, maybe we're talking to NASA about doing an Earth orbit rendezvous where the Starship-based lander could be in proximity to Orion or even more. I think that's really the next step. Prove out those landers close to home in Earth orbit, and then looking ahead, going to the moon.
And we're debuting V3 now, and just some of the stuff that's now on this version of Starship is going to directly enable some of that, or it's planned to, correct?
That's right. So V3 is exciting because it really introduces it's designed to introduce all these fundamental foundational features that allow us to go out past the Earth. So for example, there's many features, but some that are visible are the docking adapters below the PES door that you'll notice on the as-built ship. And then as we look out past V3, there's other configurations of Starship. There is a tanker that takes the propellant to dock with the lander that will land on the moon. And think of the on-orbit propellant transfer is sort of like the gas station in the sky. And then that gas station will be what we call the depot.
And then the plan now, and the plan's been, but it's really emphasized now, we're not just going for flags and footprints, we're talking permanent infrastructure on the moon, right?
That's right. We have to build up to that capacity. So the first landers will be, a new set of boot prints to kind of start a new generation of explorers. Then we'll build into cargo landers like you see here, maybe bringing down a rover to the surface. Some infrastructure might even be staying inside the landers. And then as we look to an even brighter future, having a permanent presence in a moon base.
Yeah, I'm ready for the moon base. I need to go to the moon. That's definitely in my it sounds like a hell of a week-long vacation or one heck of a trip. But and I mean, this is the next step on making life multiplanetary, right?
Absolutely. It's literally the next planetary body we need to get to. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bill. I'm going to let you jump back in there as we get ready to launch this rocket. Thanks for nerding out on the moon with me for a couple of minutes. But we're not done. We got a little bit of more cool news. Stick around. Last year, the From 2 crew made history. They were the first astronauts ever to explore Earth's polar regions from space in Dragon. I got to catch up with that mission commander from that, Chun Wang. He was visiting one of the most remote places on the planet, and he had some exciting news. Awesome to talk to you. Start me off. Where the heck are you right now?
Thank you for joining me to Heuer Island, and this isolated island in the South Atlantic. It's arguably the most remote island in the world.
It looks super isolated. You're only there with a couple of people. Kind of feels like a space mission to me. So let's just jump right in. You are going to be on the first interplanetary mission on a Starship.
So it's going to be a flyby mission of Mars. So a lot of people are talking about how Mars will be like. We're going to fly to Mars, we're going to land on Mars, we're going to build city on Mars. But let's get it started with a flyby.
Doing a flyby of Mars, that's a heck of a trip, but you're kind of built for this kind of mission, right? Because if you're not landing on the surface, you're spending a long time going out there, you're going to fly by it. It's going to be like just an insane couple of hours, and then it's a big trip back home. How are you kind of built to handle this kind of a journey?
That's actually my style of pilot. I can stare at the map view on airplane all the way from takeoff to landing. So I think I will enjoy the trip.
So it's not just the Mars flight, you're also going to be taking a trip around the moon, right? So kind of do that step before heading all the way out to Mars.
Yes, because even though it's just a flyby, it will try a lot of things that never be attempted before.
How do you kind of see these types of missions in kind of the grand scheme of everything?
It will light the fire. It will ignite imagination, and it will build the momentum. After we come back from Mars, you'll have an opportunity to take some real photos of Mars. Mars will no longer become a distant space. It will become reality.
Well, Chun, thanks for calling in from the other side of the planet. Super cool location, super cool to talk to you, and exciting. You're going to get on Starship. You're going to go around the moon and then do the first flyby of Mars. It's insanely exciting stuff.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What?
Fireworks indeed. Just incredible to be one of the first humans to become an interplanetary traveler while also joining Starship's first mission to fly past the moon.
Yeah, Chun is certainly a one-of-a-kind explorer. And it's even more exciting to know everyone can join a future Starship mission.
Yeah. If what you just heard excites you, challenges you, inspires you, we'd like to hear from you. Come join our team. Be one of the people walking past us out to the lawn to watch the world's best rocket launch. Help shape the literal future of humanity. Now, we need the best and the brightest, and we need you right now.
Yeah, and we have tons of openings all across the company where we're looking for talented engineers and technicians at all of our sites, including McGregor, Texas, where we test every single one of these Raptor V3 engines behind us. Bastrop, Texas, where we build and assemble Starlink user terminals.
We also need help up in Redmond, Washington. That's Starlink's global headquarters, where, among other things, we manufacture Starlink satellites. If you like the fall weather, that might be the place for you. And as you've seen throughout today's show, there is a tremendous amount of activity happening right here at Starbase, Texas. Here and everywhere, it's all part of the incredible opportunity that we have to build the future of humanity.
Yeah, so if you're interested, visit spacex.com/careers to see these and all of our other openings.
Now, I can tell you that the crowd is certainly starting to grow. Behind us, you see the launch pad there for yourself. Once again, this is the first flight test of Starship version 3. This will be the first time that we are debuting this booster, this ship, the launch pad that you see there. And you can see people walking over my shoulder here as our colleagues are moving in masses to go watch this liftoff in just over 7.5 minutes from now. It's pretty exciting stuff.
It's pretty exciting, and as a reminder, we're only a mile and a half away here, so we are very close, about as close as you can be, and we're definitely expecting to feel it.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jake. Hi. Do we have a mic? Hello, for those of you that might not know.
How are you guys?
Welcome, Nikki. It's so nice to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh my gosh. What do you think the Barbs are going to say when they see you here at Starbase?
They better say all good things. But they're going to be excited, and they're probably going to want to come themselves next time.
I mean, anybody can come and watch the launches. It's super accessible to the public, so we welcome that.
Okay, Barbs, come on down, because this is a lot of fun. I'm excited. Is it about to happen at any minute?
So you see that number right there in the top left corner, 6.5 minutes.
6 minutes left?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, but this is historic. This is a major moment, y'all.
Yeah.
It is.
Is this your first rocket launch that you've seen live?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
How do you feel?
Very, very excited. I'm happy it's a good day. I thought it might be like...
I just noticed your shirt. You've got the right...
Just real quick, I want to just emphasize that we just maybe talked or heard one of the first people to fly by Mars talk on a camera. Now back to our guest of honor here. Give me just a second.
Major shout out to Elon. Elon, thank you for everything that you're doing for humanity.
He's the man, for sure.
He's the man.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
All right, I'll see you guys
We want to
later.
watch the launch with you,
Okay, yes.
so we'll take this back because this is too loud to take outside. Wow, what a moment. And with that, great timing. We're now at 5.5 minutes. This brings us into terminal count. Dan, man, the anticipation is certainly growing here in the lobby and out on the lawn. What is it like up there?
Yeah, we are ready to go. We are getting into the final phase of our propellant loading. We are almost entirely full on ship on our main, still doing the header tanks, and we're looking well in excess of 90% on the booster, so we are looking good. Still not tracking any range, any weather issues today, not tracking any technical problems on the vehicle, on the launch pad, looking good for liftoff in just under 5 minutes. Once we're done with propellant loading on the booster, you have over 11.5 million pounds of that liquid methane, liquid oxygen on those two stages. After that, we have to essentially get the pad ready for launch. We'll do something called pushbacks, where all of those lines running underground from the propellant farm up to the vehicle, they're going to clear back. They're going to push all that propellant back into kind of the bunker area around the prop farm and just basically get the pad ready. We'll see the vehicles do their final thrust vector control checkouts. So when we snoop in, we should see the engines do kind of final wiggle checks. That's how we steer the rocket. We're going to do those at about T-minus 100 seconds, so a minute 40, and then once we pass the T-minus 40-second gate. If we do need to hold, that is still built in at T-minus 40 seconds. It's built into the countdown. We can pause if we need anything like those pushbacks to complete. If we need anything on the rocket to get ready, we can hold there. We'll only stop if we have an issue. Not currently tracking one. We have one item that might hold us up a little bit just based off of what we've seen in recent static fires, but that's typically only been hanging out for a couple of extra seconds. And then once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, a lot of things will happen in rapid succession.
Yeah, that moment is called the QD, or Quick Disconnect Vent Gate. That's when we clear all the gas commodity lines that connect the pad to the vehicles. Both the ship and the booster configure their comm systems for flight and are rapidly running leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. The booster goes to internal power and its engines get their final priming for launch, while the ship's engines begin their ascent bleed profile and arms the automatic flight safety system.
Yeah, and once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened, review the data, and decide if we can proceed again all the way down to T0. We estimate we have around 5 minutes of hold time there. The flame diverter on pad 2 activates at around T-minus 17 seconds, and it enters what is essentially the point of no return at T-minus 10 seconds. And there's a chance we could recycle, but the closer we get to T-minus 10, the lower that chance becomes.
All right, we are coming up on 2 minutes. We have completed propellant loading on the booster, just shut down the fuel pump for loading onto the ship, so we're closing all of that out now. 2 minutes to go. One kind of exciting aspect to V3, we're not going to start the engines up in kind of different sets. All 33 of those Raptors going to turn on all at once, and you're going to see the booster move off the pad a whole lot quicker.
Once again, if you've just joined us, this is the first flight for version 3 of Starship. The ship, which is the upper part, the black part there at the top, the booster, which is the part below that, have been completely redesigned, as well as the launch pad that you see it sitting at, as well as the engines that power both the ship and the booster. Today's test flight is a massive step forward in our developmental program.
All right, and we're coming up here on T-minus 1 minute. So let's go to the pad and let the rocket do the talking as V3 fully comes alive.
T-minus 1 minute.
All right, so we did hit the hold at T-minus 40. Again, this is something that is built into the timeline. Not surprising, as we are doing this first flight off of pad 2. Sounds like we might already be clear. We held for a second just to make sure that the quick disconnect vents were basically ready for their final throwbacks.
Amaze, exactly.
We'll
I was
hang
just saying
tight for
that,
a couple of seconds. I think we're about to reset, and the reset is in. Counting down. First flight of Starship V3.
Oh God, we're continuing. All right,
Sight
everybody,
back to
cross your
rapid
fingers.
recycle.
Cross everything you've got. Are we back to 40? Oh, we're working.
All right, so hold here for a second. Looks like we're still managing some pressures in the ship. Quick disconnect.
Come on, you can do it, SpaceX. Come on. We're all rooting for you. We are all rooting for you. Yeah, if you had that.
All right,
I don't even know what to say anymore.
A couple seconds here at T-minus 40. Again, not surprising. This is new vehicle, new pad, doing all these things for the very first time. Right now we are holding, looking at some pressures in the quick disconnect and hold reset. And we're rolling.
If you haven't done so yet, press the like button, please. Before this rocket ignites, press the like button. And let's just enjoy this so much. Oh,
back to rapid recycle, so we're going to hold at T-minus 40
again.
No,
we're back to 40. Oh. Oh, no.
Hang tight for a second. We'll see what trip this
Go
last
into the tri-view again. Let's show the other cameras.
A reminder, we can hang out for quite a few minutes at T-minus 40 if we need the extra time. You're not actively loading propellant onto the vehicle anymore, so the main thing you're kind of keeping an eye on is all of the temperatures inside those propellant tanks.
Yeah, we've seen the detonation suppression system going off there under the rocket, as you can see, which is just there to vent any combustible mixture under the rocket. They've had a problem with that in the past, that this was reached the point of being able to combust, and you do not want that. And so this is what that fine mist is for. Oh boy, I feel the same as the rocket. I am fully loaded.
All right, we're continuing to hang out here at T-minus 40.
Good luck, SpaceX, whatever happens next. This is fantastic.
Team's taking a look right now at our diverter, so that water diverter underneath the system did trip a hold, but that basically just gives the team the chance to look at it, see if it's something that we need to troubleshoot in data or if it's something that we can clear this hold. So continuing to hang tight, T-minus 40 seconds. Starship and Super Heavy fully loaded on the pad. Clock is rolling.
Two eyes 30, flight directors, go for launch.
And we kick back to rapid recycle again. Again, just a reminder, said it before, new pad, new rocket, learning new things about this hardware performing in the flight environment.
I cannot take it anymore.
Taking a look at some of the sensors on the arm that manages the quick disconnect to the ship.
I cannot take it anymore. Oh God. The deluge system seems to be acting up.
The promise we're not just trying to prolong the anticipation. Team's taking a look.
Yeah, no anticipation. It's all good. Oh, God.
We've got a couple more minutes where we can hang out here. Again, it's not an unlimited time to pause at T-minus 40. We're keeping an eye on the propellant temperatures inside the vehicles. So we've got probably about 3 minutes or so left of hold time. Team's taking a look at the hold that tripped on that arm for the quick disconnect on the tower.
SQD. The ship quick disconnect. The arm that is in the middle of the tower, that is what they're talking about. That's the next trip that they had. You see a vent popping up there on the arm, which is new. So they're either testing things or... Now you can actively see them troubleshoot right there. Purging a line, probably seeing if a valve is stuck, something like that. They're troubleshooting. Let's just hope they can get through it.
Continuing to hold. Got a couple minutes to try and clear this issue.
So it's the second issue. The first issue was the deluge system itself. And the second one seems to be with the ship quick disconnect arm. And I'm falling off my chair. I'm too old for this stuff. Yeah. Come on. I've
Still
got
holding
goosebumps.
T-minus
I literally
40, still
have
troubleshooting
goosebumps.
this issue. Probably got about a minute or a minute and a half left of hold time.
Well, if it's not fixable, we're going to be here again tomorrow. Don't worry, SpaceX. That's the new pad. They had a deluge problem on the first static fire attempt as well. This is new tech. That's what I've been rambling about for the first 2 hours of this live stream, is that there are so many systems on this launch that are changed and that haven't been tested much, that have never seen a launch, that it is really it's undiscovered country for SpaceX right now. This is the first time they're testing this under launch conditions. Beautiful view here from inside the. Look at this. Beautiful.
Flight control team confirmed, still working through the issue.
Come on, flight control team.
Still have a short amount of hold time still remaining.
How much? Another vent? Everything's ready. Oh, this is such a thriller. I wish I could give you any sort of information.
Still holding T-minus 40.
Listening in there, SpaceX is. There's a vent again on the SQD arm. Oof, oof. Everybody's staring at the screen, being like, "Come on, let's do something." I guess like when Nicki Minaj came on stage, the chat was
Still continuing to hold here at T-minus 40. While we do that, the
really
team's looking at temperatures of the propellant inside those tanks. We kind of check that against simulations that we've run in the past. There's some margin in those. We're still holding, no decision yet.
Come on.
Sounding like we have the fix in place. Hold reset, clock is rolling.
Okay. Oh!
We're back in the rapid recycle.
I cannot stand this. This is not good for my health.
All right, we're back at our T-minus 40 hold. Standing by to see what tripped us this time.
Oh, this is definitely more than a wet dress rehearsal. Like, my dress is wet now, that's for sure.
All right, it is sounding like we are not going to be able to clear this issue in time today. So we are going to be standing down from a launch.
Oh, God. I'm
So
almost happy
if you're just now
standing down.
joining us, we got the vehicle totally loaded. We hit a couple of different holds as we worked through that count. again, new rocket, new pad. We're learning about a lot about these systems as we execute them for the first time, and we're not able to basically troubleshoot all of these issues in those final seconds to get to launch. But that essentially makes this a wet dress rehearsal. We were able to fully load the vehicles, and we're going to take the time now, figure out what tripped us up before launch, and then actually get into a flight tomorrow. We do have the ability to essentially rapidly recycle. We are expecting to be able to make another flight attempt tomorrow, but obviously stay tuned to our social media at SpaceX on X and our website, spacex.com, for updates. So no flight today. We will give it another try tomorrow.
Yeah, that's part of this hobby. Every time, and it doesn't get old. Okay, so we've seen a classic scrub with heart attack. We've had this a few times, and every time it's terrible. Okay, so one thing that rapidly happens once the scrub is called is that everybody disappears from the live stream. So if you're about to disappear, like the movie is over and you're trying to get to your car as quickly as possible, on the way out, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe to our channel if you haven't done so yet, because these heart attacks, they cause serious medical bills, and we have to somehow. You get the idea. So if you're leaving now, please leave us a like and a subscription. It is much appreciated. For everybody else staying, we're going to try to make the best of this as we're leading out of the stream. So the incredible part for me in this whole thing wasn't that they gave us a heart attack like 5 times in a row, but that we might have actually had the opportunity to listen to one of the first people to ever slingshot around Mars. That is something that went under my skin. I don't know how you guys watching this felt in that moment, but if you realize the fact that this might have been one of the people who are actually going to, for the first time ever in human history, travel to another planet. Let that sink in. That was nuts, and that made everything after it bearable for me. That was an announcement that was just like slid under the door right there. Absolutely amazing. I really hope that we're going to get more information about that, and of course I'm going to massively talk about this on the episode as soon as we do have any sort of information. Yeah, Nikki's fault. I see Nikki's fault in the chat a lot, and I like it. Cris, come right in. We need to reflect on what we just saw. And Jonathan as well, if you want to. Exactly, there you go. And what the heck?
Well, first of all, as you already said, this is absolutely crazy that we don't even know the astronauts yet for Artemis 3, which is planned for next year. And now we've just seen the first person to go both on the first Starship around the moon and the first Starship around Mars.
And it didn't sound like that was a NASA Starship to go around the moon either.
Nope.
I've thought about this a few times, that NASA, at this point, SpaceX is so large that NASA becomes less and less important for SpaceX. So most of their endeavors, is Jonathan goofing around? Most of their endeavors are removed from anything else. When they're talking about slingshotting somebody around Mars, that is a SpaceX exclusive mission. That is not a mission from ESA or NASA or JAXA or anyone. It's a SpaceX test flight around Mars, which is absolutely nuts. We didn't get any information when this is planned, but it didn't sound like it is too far into the future. It's not going to happen on this launch window, so I presume it's going to be in 2 years, maybe. Mm-hmm. Which would be absolutely crazy. Very much looking forward to that. And remember when before the 42nd disaster of 2026, when I constantly mentioned all the stuff that is still to happen after this, all the things that are still coming for us is absolutely
mind-boggling. That's really like the biggest mind-boggling thing I've ever heard in my life. It's so crazy that we are racing toward science fiction. It's really amazing, and the scale of things, the scope that is just so short. That's stuff that we are going to see in the next few years, not like when we're 70. Really amazing times that we're living in. So glad to be here.
It's nuts. It is absolutely nuts. There's plenty of people who are already saying good night, and I can understand it. Back over in Europe, what time is it?
It's 1:45.
Germany. Yeah,
too late. That's for sure.
It's like nice. Even on the East Coast here, it's 7:45 in the evening. So this isn't perfect time. I'm no problem. Like I said, I remember
the morning
streaming these Starship launches from Germany, from Europe. 1:45 over there. Yeah, exactly. So if you want to go to bed, please. We'll be here tomorrow again. I'll set up a new stream, and you'll see as soon as that stream pops up. Set yourself a reminder for the next attempt. This is absolutely going to be worth it. And you just saw a reminder of how worth this is. We literally had the opportunity, the honor to see one of the people who will slingshot around Mars speak on camera. That's how you have to treat this, because it's the same importance as Neil Armstrong, right there. That's the people that are going to do the next giant leap. I still can't fully wrap my head around a person slinging around Mars, and it's just one slingshot. You travel there for 6 months, you slingshot around it for like a few hours, and you travel back for another 6. That's a year mission for a few hours of slingshotting around Mars. But the guy said exactly what I'm saying as well, and what was so important about Artemis too as well. It is inspirational. It opens up your mind that it is actually possible. Once somebody has demonstrated that it is possible, your mind opens up for new possibilities. Because, okay, check mark on it. This is common now. We can fly around Mars. That's yesterday. Let's look at the next thing. And that's what's important about these moments, because it opens up your mind for the next thing after it and the next thing after it. And it's absolutely crazy that we can even talk about this right now. Yeah, replay the Mars guy. That would actually be pretty cool. Can we do that? Do we have the option of just replaying a part of the stream? Because I would like to actually hear him talk again. It was inspirational.
So
I have to say,
that there would be a bit more work for now, but I have something else that might heal that for now. Because Jordan just sent me a picture he took, and remember he was on the helicopter. So this is as hard as
that is insane. Imagine the rocket would have launched. He really has to do this again. And that's what I said earlier when I was shouting out for SPIhelicopters.com. If you're ever at Starbase, of course, this is a collaboration between What About It and SPI, and we're both benefiting from it and yada, yada, yada. But it is also absolutely worth it. Flying a helicopter at Starbase gives you a view you can barely imagine. It is absolutely crazy good. So if you are ever down there and you do have the money to spend, it is well spent money. It's absolutely amazing. I wish for Jordan that we can do this flight again tomorrow or whenever it launches. Imagine seeing the Starship on the pad while you're in your helicopter with doors off, and then you see an ignition and the thing goes into the sky. It's the best seat in town, in my opinion. That helicopter seat is the best seat in town. Look at this view. It's incredible what SpaceX is building out there. And that's what I meant earlier as well. As much as I am cheering for Rocket Lab and Stoke Space and Relativity and whoever else is helping and building, what SpaceX does is on a different scale. It really is. And the entire live stream through, they talked about this. Millions of satellites, 10,000s of launches, slingshotting people around Mars. That's the kind of stuff you only get at SpaceX right now. And I'm hoping that this is going to change at some point. That there are going to be more companies with this kind of a scale. But even if not, it's often enough if one company demonstrates that it's doable until people start working on it big scale. Because they've seen, this is yesterday's stuff, right? We've demonstrated it, it works, it opens, it widens your horizon, and you continue from there. That's the mindset that the human brain goes through when something has been accomplished. When you've got your first step on the moon, it's like, okay, so that's yesterday. Apollo 12, half the people watched Apollo 13. If there wouldn't have been a problem, nobody would have watched anymore. That's the mindset. But the important part is not that nobody watched anymore. The important part is that everybody accepts it as normal and then hopefully continues with the next step. And that's the stuff that we're interested in. It's crazy. That 40-second hold.
still surreal to just see version 3 standing there, frosted up. Like the reality
It's
of
amazing.
it's about to launch. It's that no
We're
matter
so
if they take
close.
another couple tries, it will be off that pad soon. So I really can't wait. I really, really can't wait. I just hope that they don't do the same thing again tomorrow, like giving us like 4 or 5 tries. This
Oh,
40-second
man.
mark is really, really evil.
It cost me 10 years of my life. I had goosebumps and my pulse was 120 or so. It's crazy. And there's the bird. Luckily today there was no shock wave for the bird. That's one thing. I always see these static fires and I love them, but I pity the birds. Maybe what SpaceX, if somebody from SpaceX is watching, maybe you can do a horn signal or something to clear the area. There must be some way to do something about that, something rather easy. Like a loud horn should do the trick, maybe, so that the birds fly away. Some kind of like an airport when you shoot a gun to clear the runway before the planes come or something. Maybe that works. Maybe that would be something. But then again, there is no, in the end, the funny thing about rocket pads, as much as it is an environmental thing, it's also a good thing for the environment. Here, Kennedy Space Center is a very, very good example. The entire Kennedy Space Center wildlife preserve is just there because of NASA. If NASA wouldn't have started building here, I bet it would look like Cocoa Beach on the island at Kennedy Space Center. It would look like Cocoa Beach. Every square inch covered with concrete and cars and tourists. And thanks to NASA being out there, you have all this nature. If you've ever been at Kennedy Space Center in person, you know what I'm talking about. It's mesmerizing. The whole place is full of nature. And that is because of the rocket. So that's the other side. Everything's always got its positives and its things you got to deal with. And maybe the horn would be something, because do you remember the static fire footage that we produced, and you saw all these birds in the shockwave struggling to somehow get away from the rocket. So if you can, maybe a horn could help with that. Just a totally random thought on the side here. Yeah. Okay. So this is crazy. I think we're going to wrap it up now. So what we normally do is we leave this running. We leave the pictures for you. I'm going to shut this stream off probably in an hour or two, so that you can still enjoy seeing the rocket defrosting, and if you have the time, you should enjoy that. Other than that, I am going to follow me on X at Felix Schlang. It's very important because it's normally way quicker for me to give out information there than anywhere else. So as soon as we have new information on when the launch is going to be, right now it is slated for tomorrow, but you heard Dan Hewitt there about not being entirely sure if it is actually going to be tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see. But if it is, we're going to sit here again and wait for them to pass through the 40-second hold. And it's okay. So Elon Musk posted, and he said the hydraulic pin holding the holding what in place? The arm in place, the SQD arm? Yeah, the SQD arm in place did not retract. So they couldn't take the SQD arm out. So there is your problem. That was the reason why they couldn't progress, because they couldn't have retracted the SQD arm, which is a very valid reason for not launching the rocket. And it's another perfect example for sometimes it's in the details. It's this tiny little thing that didn't work. Maybe it was frosted up or a bird pooped on it. The system isn't good enough to work reliably, and so now some engineer will look at that system, look at what failed, and redesign the thing to exchange the part, to repair it, to fix it for the next launch attempt, and then we go again. That's what testing is all about. So sometimes it's the smallest thing that keeps the giant rocket from lifting off. The hold pin from the SQD arm. That is a shame. Maybe it froze in place. Exactly. You never know. It's the first iteration of a new system, because that arm is new, so the pin is new. So this is the first version, and it'll go through iterations until you have a version that works reliably every time. As simple as it is. And sometimes it's the stupid pin that holds the arm in place. That is a shame right there. Okay. Now we know, and I don't know if I wanted to know. It's a small thing though, and it's good because it doesn't mean that a major system failed. It doesn't mean that the rocket had any problems. The rocket was ready to go. It just, the arm didn't want to let go of the hug. can be fixed tonight, so we might be able to see. So Elon Musk also 5:30 Central Time. So Elon Musk already said it can be fixed tonight, and we're going to have another launch attempt tomorrow, 5:30, same time. So everybody, we are going to be here again tomorrow to watch this, of course. And today gave me a very good feeling for tomorrow, because the weather tomorrow is supposed to be better. I've already looked at that, substantially better. And if it was just that stupid pin, if that was the only thing, and they can fix it overnight, we have a good chance of seeing an ignition tomorrow. Oof.
Oof, describes it pretty well.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you from the entire What About It team for watching, for going through this thriller with us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. How about that?
Perfect.
All right,
Sounds
then.
good.
See you tomorrow, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.